going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire, and you can tell her now.
Hello, chatto. It's Thursday, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, it is bloody boiling here. We're getting into the Portuguese vibes. We're top of the league, but only temporarily because Sporting are quite a lot better than us, but we've beaten Porto. This team is clicking in a way that I never thought would be completely imaginable. There's more signings to come. We're having a lovely time. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt. I'm standing up. All that and more coming up today on Outcasts to Icons. Oh, he's nailed it on the drop and everything.
Overdosed on cheese.
Postcode?
Please send help.
Turns out all he had to do, show the jorts. I don't know if... Hang on. They're not jorts. They're even better than jorts. Well, there goes my groin. And the spinneroo. I mean, what more do you want out of a day? They're just some basically baby blue flannel shorts. What drop? The closest I'm going to get to a drop was my ball. It was... Carves out for the lads. That was a good intro. I'm just saying it. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit because that was an unironically good intro. Bad news, I'm out of my fizzy drink today, so I'm just drinking water like a boring human being. But seriously though, Postcode, thank you very much for the 19 months. I'm actually out of breath from dancing around. I enjoyed the standing stream so much last time that I decided to do it again, because what could possibly go wrong? What shirt? Yep. It's my Fulham Hawaiian shirt. Summer's here, mate. It's absolutely delightful out there. They reckon it could get as high as 20 degrees, which in England is basically, I mean, to be fair, we hit shirts and shorts weather at like 15 degrees, frankly. And if you're a postman, as long as it's got not a minus symbol, Bill will go on this one. It's great, but when you're hitting 20 degrees, you've got to go. Like, it's going to be delightful to that. I nearly wore a football shirt, but then I thought, you know what? No. It's too nice for football shirts now. It's fully summer weather. I'm back, baby. Also, this shirt is way bigger than it was before, which I'm actually kind of appreciating of me. 20 degrees is... It is 20 degrees. Oh, yes. Yeah, I've actually been standing here ever since the end of Tuesday's stream because we were on such a good roll and I didn't want to jinx anything. So I just thought, right, I'll just stand here like this. Obviously, change clothes, but like Pog treated me like a big mannequin. And then here I am today. Don't ask me why I've suddenly had a shave or anything like that. That was a tough one. There's shaving from all over the floor. Inferno's got it in his hair and everything. Ah, dear. How's it going, friends? Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday morning. As I am. Saw the tip off the port again. Let me get off of this, because, like, it's crazy. Be record. Trying to be realistic about our position. We are technically second now, because, unfortunately, Benfica have already played their game for this weekend. So, if we exclude the fact that they've played an extra game than us, we are top of the league. Cope. He said. I'll put, hey, don't you be mouthing off to me or I will drop this table on your head. That was the drop I was talking about. Final uni essay. Nice. I say nice. Given what Pog was like when she was doing her sort of final project in her third year at university, try to get more sleep. Just try to get more sleep and let your loved ones know where you are. That's all I'll say on that one. Made it to the top. Yes, so if you have missed pretty much the last week of streams, because last Thursday, on this day, 1 week ago, was the infamous 7.5 hour stream, which I'm still getting VOD comments on to this day. As if it's, I say to this day, it's been a week. But the point is, that's unusual for me. And, yeah, so we went from 13th to top of the league. Won the league, got promoted, and despite the fact that, like, our squad isn't bad, it's, I would say, reasonable. We've actually managed to build a mid-table level squad with some of the signings we've made. But this is unacceptable. Yes, I'll just quickly show you the league table from last year. So we basically came from a long way back. No one even saw us coming. We were just that good. That's this season. That was how it finished. 72 points in the end. We, at one point, I think, were 14 points off of either the top or 14 points off of second. We won 18 of our last 21. Custom SYC shirt? No. What, like an SYC Hawaiian shirt? That would be kind of sick, actually. Where, like, instead of the Fulham badge, it's got my logo and then, like, giraffes or something in the other ones. I'd be totally down for that. Hello, Dan. The Canary Islands. Look at you, eh, Globetrotter. You could have just stayed here. Weather's delightful. Who got promoted? Faf. Is this, like, new season? Oh, yeah, good old Faf. Not only did Faf... I hope it's pronounced Faf, because my head would pronounce that Fafe, which just sounds like a cafe with extra steps. They've actually not conceded a goal yet. 6 goals scored in 5 games, no goals conceded. Shout out Faf. I just like giraffes. But yes, you're right. If I was staying on theme with the channel, I suppose it would have to be capybaras, wouldn't it? Meant to run in an hour. Again, should have just stayed here. It's beautiful. No, you can't look at past position graphs, unfortunately, for the previous season. I do, however, have a... one sec. I don't have Discord loaded. I did take a screenshot of it. Obviously, I have it because I've got old versions of the save, because I make a save file after every single stream now. That way I can go back and check stuff when I'm doing recaps. Really do need to start working on the Sehong one. In time, my brain will hopefully work. Let's see. Yeah, I'll see if I can dig it out, actually. Also, Ice Battler was at a game the other night, and who came off the bench in it but Nehemiah Oriola? Legitimately. Didn't have enough time to make an impact, sadly. Where are we at? Here we go. How does this work now? Oh, yeah. No, that's not right. Sorry, Discord have changed some of the way that they load links and stuff. Should be able to see it. This was the graph as far as the end of the season. So we were 13th after 9 games. Did manage to get ourselves sort of back up into it, and then ended up winning it. We were actually only in the top spot for 2 games. We spent more time that season in 13th than we did top of the league. It's great. I guess it probably would be. It would be Faffy, or Faffy's even better. Yeah, I saw that Eddie Jordan passed away today. That's really, really sucks. It just does, doesn't it, really? But yeah, that was how it went, basically, in the end. And we've kind of just parlayed that into this season. My plan was okay, I felt we were good enough to stay up, but we've been so much better than that so far. We're already, what? It's 9 points clear of the drop zone? 9 points clear of the, relegation playoff zone, I suppose. We look absolutely stacked right now. Lima's got 5 assists. Lucas Jacques got 6 goals in 5 games. They're popping. And we've even got a few players that I don't think have even really hit their stride just yet, honestly. Ooh. Also, imagine being Maritimo being 14 points clear of us, not even really having that bad of an end to the season, and we're just hi, it's us. We've come to take your league title from you. So, what I plan to do, really, is just get into some fixtures today. We're just going to bomb through as many games as possible, because that's part of the fun, right? Teams in lower league. It depends on what lower league. I mean, are we talking English lower league baseball? Because, have you considered Ely City? Don't ask me why. Just no reason at all. We're finishing the season today. No, Pog will want to go Tesco. Making promotion. I saw that. That would be interesting if they actually pull that off. English. I don't know, because I'm not particularly prone to English saves. When I do English saves, I like to start fully non-league with clubs like Ely City, as it happens. I might even want to change the team here. Veggie, thank you for the 31.
Many transfer windows ago.
Is that like the beginning of a folk tale? It certainly seems like it. Pattern we have. Well, so far we've started the pattern of we haven't lost a game since the last defeat in the 2nd tier last year. But we have got through to the next round of the Portuguese Cup thing, where you get that little mini group stage. But that's spread across ages, so we don't have to worry about that for the time being. Honestly, I don't think we've even got any returning injuries that we need. Oh, Carpio's nearly back yet. Only said might be fun. Basically, to do a youth only said that might be fun, you essentially need to be picking a team in a nation with a decent youth rating, and a team that has good youth recruitment within that youth rate. So the reason Steinmetz is unhappy is, of course, because there was a week since now and the end of last stream, which of course meant we had transfer deadline day. You'll note that both Diego Pinto and Steinmetz are unhappy. That's because I wouldn't sell them. PSG put a £2.5 million bid in for Diego Pinto, and I turned them down. I couldn't pull the old you're an influential player thing yet, because we don't have the managerial clout. That's one of the downsides of being lower badged and everything like that. You don't have the same kind of control. And it was Nice that came in for Steiny. For £6.5 million. So if that doesn't tell you that there's a player, that I don't know what does. I wish there was a way that I could actually show you their bid, but I don't think it actually shows up anymore, does it? You can't see past bids on the player. In fact, there's no interest at all now. Point being, Nice bid 6.5. It wasn't all up front. It was sort of 2.5 up front, the rest in installments. But yeah, so he wanted to go to Nice, and I said no. It doesn't really matter. He's got a long-term contract here and a 3-year extension. I was worried that, let's actually just have a little look at Steiny. I was worried that he might get sold by the board or something. Luckily, we got a boat clause, so it's not the end of the world. But I mean, look at this. He hasn't even had the best start to the season, but transfer Hugh Jackson. Oh, hang on. Yeah, you're right. There you go. That's the one. Oh, hang on. My face cam. What's that? Good shout. Yeah, I forgot that they count as inactive for like 30 days or something. So there you go. It was 3.2 million up front, rising to 6.25 million. That was the one for Nice. Parma wanted to loan him for free randomly, and Lazio wanted to loan him and pay us money for it. I love that Parma thought they could get a free loan out of us. Once again, coming back to the nonsense I was on about with AI loans. I am thinking of doing it at some point, Rob. It's just not like a huge priority of mine. I actually don't mind them, to be honest. I think the biggest issue with the Z-Gen faces was the lack of variety in the actual faces themselves. So, like, the ethnicities looked different, obviously, but it felt like the faces within the ethnicities basically looked like the same guy because of the fact that they were generated on an older version of AI. I think I feel like the regen faces are actually somehow more characterful now because they at least, as much as they do look like aliens, they are at least an eclectic bunch of aliens, so to speak, you know? Thank you, TSRT. I love this shirt. You should see the rest of my Hawaiian shirt collection. It's coming out. I might get some more for this summer. We're only in bloody March right now. But yeah, so that was the situation with that. He is annoyed. He'll get over it, though. I mean, he's just going to. Like, he's got 2 more years left on his contract, plus a 3-year contract extension as well. So he ain't going anywhere anytime soon unless I want him to. Can you loan me your car for free for a year? I promise you, Viva, you do not want that. I went to Tesco's yesterday and my car wouldn't... It really sort of didn't want to start up again upon me returning to it from Tesco's. I then procrastinated so bad that I drove for 45 minutes when it was only a 5-minute drive home. So that's how my brain's coping lately. How about you? What was I going to show you? Oh yeah, his progress bar. But in Atomo Versetti, yes! Love that reference. Probably my favourite GTA game, honestly. So since he's joined us, we've seen another one up in marking in a year, another one up in positioning, another one up in composure, one up in strength too, which is kind of tasty. I reckon if I could get him to 14, 15 on marking and composure, I'll swap him to something different. Like, try and get his passing and vision up a little bit so we can do a bit of both. Bit of Gertulanis. Take it off him. It's only a Ford Focus. Oh, dear. Nice to know. That's the other thing. I like knowing that they're regens as well. I don't know. It's like, I'm a huge proponent of the Z-Gen thing. I think it's great and was a real lovely asset to the game, but I just kind of like the regens now. It sounds stupid, but as you say, I like going into a game, looking at the opposition lineup and going, damn, they've got 3 regens. Now, you can usually tell anyway, because they do look kind of similar, but still, I think I kind of like it how it is. So Carpio isn't ready to play back in the team just yet after that injury, but he's getting there, to the point where I might actually get him onto the bench for today, not so he can play, but just so that he is on the bench for future use. And at the good God, our bench is good. It might even be at the expense of Josimar Bello. Or Niall Huggins. No, Bello's a loan. I feel like Huggins should at least there. Don't have a license. That's probably your bigger issue. Yeah, I'd agree. As issues go, it's certainly up there. Now then, hopefully this won't affect us too bad. We're going to lose a load of games today. That is without a doubt. But I just love the style of football we're playing and the way that Lima started this year. His release clause does worry me a little bit. It expires on the 31st of January. Do you know what? I'm going to risk it. I reckon if we can get to the end of January without losing Ericsson Lima, he's here for the long haul because he's got 3 years on his deal and he has a 1-year extension clause. And I don't really want to pay him what he's going to want. So I'm going to risk it and go through January with him. End of January it expires and then he's ours, basically. We'll have 4 more years left on his deal at that point. Josimar, he was just Josimar, a guy I picked up on a random punty loan before we find the guy that we actually wanted. Like, he's not bad, but I don't even want to check what he wants in case it encourages some other kind of nonsense. Holy shit, Viking Superman with the 60 months. We must be coming very close to Switch anniversary soon, right? We could see how much he wants, but I'm worried that he just wants another release clause. And I think this might be a better way. Let's screw it. I just don't want to jinx it. Do you know what I mean? I almost don't want to ask his agent in case his agent goes, hey, oh, wrong one. See, look, that he actually wants me to drop his release clause. In what world would I do that? Like, I know we could ask him to get rid of these. No, they're not locked in. It's removable, but like, I don't know why I'd bother. Right now, he's got 3 more years left on his deal and a 1-year extension. It is a worry. But for the time being, I'm prepared to risk it. Viking, though, thank you very much, man. How's it going? Do you fancy some dubs later, potentially? I need to get PS Plus, but I think we're good. Yeah, Josimar was like crazy fortunate. The ironic thing is he's not even really played for us that much because we then went and actually found the guy we did want, which was Santiago Valverde, who is just everything to everyone, basically. He may not have the tackling, but he's been sensational in that spot right now. Already has a goal and an assist in 4 league games. He's exactly the player we wanted in there. I wish he was better defensively, but, you know, needs must at this stage, right? Mr. Hazy, thank you very much for the double Twitch babby. Yeah, 5-star PA on a blind punt is pretty good going for us, I would say. No attribute masking turned off. I find personally that I don't enjoy playing the game with attribute masking turned off, because if I can see every single attribute of every player, then I don't actually have to do any scouting. I could just go into the attribute filters on the player search and just find every player that I want already. So for me, it doesn't have the same level of excitement of uncovering those new talents. I know you still don't know their potential and whatnot, but it just isn't as fun for me. But I think it's a great thing to have for as a right back. I think I'm doing that, aren't I? I swear I was already doing that. He's also a loanee, because we couldn't find a guy that was going to be the permanent solution to the job. I think he's a loanee. Where's he gone? Oh, he plays there well enough to the point where I'm actually content that just having him play in that role is probably going to be enough to get him there. But I do want to work on his positioning and marking, because they're very, very poor. But he's another loanee, unfortunately. Break off negotiations when he blocks the clause and convinces the agent next day to drop it. The fact is, he will probably accept getting rid of the clause, but I'm quite happy with his current contract. I don't see us getting a better deal at this stage. Hello, Williams. How's it going, man? I am excellent, Don. Oh, you weren't talking to me. You were talking to Chaffee. I've got to learn my own name first. This sounds like a bit of Dua Lipa. How was he already injured? Luckily, if there's any position that we can afford to get an injury, it is our left side, because we've got Cisse, Brown, and Suarez. I'm going to go Brown because he's match fit. Because it's Martin. Hello, Gav. How's it going? Notice how I called you Gavin because I'm a nice gentleman today. It does feel like that, Viva. I reckon I can develop the guy we want, but I don't want to do it unless I feel like I'm going to be at a club long enough for me to do the development. Like, I feel like we're going to have a good time at Leixões now that we've sort of settled in and are actually doing bits. But I still don't see us being here like the 7-8 seasons that I feel like it would require to develop the one. No, I've been listening to Dua Lipa for ages. I just really enjoy Dua Lipa. Wait, which team are you managing? Are they just called Martin? Is it like San Martin? One thing I've really noticed about Pinto is I really enjoy his distribution. He seems to be able to find our fullbacks. Wait, oh, here we go. Here's Valverde again. Oh, it's Tommel. Come on, he's got to finish it this time, and he has. Finally scores his first goal. It's another assist for Valverde, but this is what he does. Our right side is an absolute... This is why Valverde is so important. His athleticism is what wins this goal, because he takes 2 players out the game. It then allows... Because this guy here, I think, is their midfielder. So he then pushes back in here to take over from Steinmetz running there. Tommel just runs straight behind. Tommel finally gets his first goal for the club, and it's been coming. Want to coach next? No idea in terms of club, no. I do think that the next club is one we could have a go with, though. As in, I think there's a way that we could potentially have a push for one of the goals. I'll say one of the goals. Try and do something with them. Although, honestly, if really... 2 injuries in the first 17 minutes, and one of them is to Valverde. Cool. Just as well, top team in a small league? Maybe. I just don't know where it lies. I want it to be... It's going to be tougher to find an interesting club next. Not because we won't have more jobs, because we will. But the jobs available may not be as interesting. Like, we'll have to be very picky about the next goal. Oh my god, he's in again. Is this the game he finally explodes? Oh! That was lovely. That little shimmy inside to find the space. That right there might be the epitome of his insane... Because doesn't he have 18 agility, does our boy Tommel? And I think that right there was it in a nutshell. Skelly Alvaro heads it over the bar. Yeah, so I'll have to make sure that I make the other 3 subs maybe like 70 minutes today and try and go from there. Oh, Jesus Christ, Viking. You just had to, didn't you? Fine, we'll do it. Cheese minimum release calls. Orange locked. Oh, there's loads of ways to cheese it. I just prefer not to. I feel like if you can remove them all, then it sort of loses a bit of realism. People are going to want release clauses, and I'm happy to do them. Just, I find sometimes they can be a little bit egregious with the amounts that they're after. Such as that guy that wanted a release clause that was lower than the price we paid for him. That, for me, was a bit silly. How on earth have we got away with playing it out from the back like that? If we turn this into a goal, this is going to be one for the ages. Because we should have lost the ball about 4 times on this piece of play, and here we go. Oh, Tommel's in again. And now Pinto's made the run. Oh! Hang on. I feel a good goal is coming here. The space. Here we go. Go on, Sam. Finally do something. It's not Sam, it's Niall. Go on, Sam. Back post. This is... We're on it. This is delightful stuff. Chavez Brown, back post, liquid. This is like beautifulness. I can't believe... What a ball in. Was that Tom? Oh, no, it was actually Huggins. Chavez Brown with his height at the back post, in off the crossbar to kiss it. It's the music. Yes, it definitely is. You can really feel the annihilated infants in that particular cross. Yeah, I'm a Sam Pampers type of dude myself. Spirit Box and aware of the hug of the album is. I'm not really into Spirit Box to begin with, so it wasn't something that I was like desperately interested into listening to. So I haven't really heard anything from it at this stage yet. I see like little clips on TikTok occasionally, but that's about it, honestly. First 6 months of their contract when I want to buy them. Most of the time I find... Oh my god, we got another one. Most of the time I find that they won't let me do that. Usually the earliest they'll let you put the release score's expiry date to is like 2 years in the future. That's one of the reasons I don't tend to mess with it. You got your wisdom tooth taken out. Oh shit. Yeah. Have they given you the antibiotics that they gave me? As if you know what they gave me. Either way, they made everything that had tomato in taste like metal. So pizza was an absolutely disgusting dish for a while. We're 3-0 up away from home at Portsmouth. Now, admittedly, these guys are absolute bobbins, but we shouldn't be this much better than them. Now, if the pattern continues, we will concede a couple of goals because it's what we do, but the fact that we're 3-0 up, there's something about the players we've constructed in this team this season that seem to have just absolutely clicked in a way I've never seen before. Really kind of want to make sure you have a little go at this for a couple of seasons and see what this team could actually do. Because I actually believe now that potentially 5th place and European football next year is on the cards, which I was just not expecting at all. And we kind of need to just to earn some of that money back in a way. Do Ali Pali. Oh, sick. Okay, I'll have to maybe try that out. Oh, that's going to be a goal. Oh, what a save. My man. Great news people. I mean, I like metal. I just don't like eating it. Come on. Oh, nice again. Listen to my music at work. I mean, in fairness, Viking, you do work in a care home. Although, this is the thing, right? I reckon eventually there's just going to be loads and loads and loads of metalheads that in these... It's going to be great. But then everyone will think that, and then the like, whatever the one below Gen Alpha will be like, oh my god, I can't believe they're listening to that again. God, turn off the Lorna Shore, Grandpa. We're great. 5th is Conference League in Portugal, yes. I think so, anyway. I like a couple of... The only song by Spirit Box that I really like is Yellow Jackets. But that's mostly because I really like Sam Carter's feature on it, more than anything else. I actually don't hate some of the stuff on the new Architects album, which is a nice change for me. There's actually some songs on there that I find listenable, which is a lovely little sojourn for me. What a wonderful switch of music. We go from Infant Annihilator to Pink. Scenes. You're representing on the... Oh, is it really? Oh, I see. So, hang on. I guess, yeah, of course it is, because if the cup goes to... Yeah. So what's the if? So if someone outside of it wins the cup, then it's Conference League, but if not, it's Europa League? But then where would the Conference League place go? Surely it's always going to be Conference League. Or does it shorten to 4 spots? Oh, I see what you mean. So if someone wins the Conference League that's outside the European places, it's only 4 by the league. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. It actually does have some bangers, yeah. We better make sure we win the cup then, hey. Delta Sleep, not one I'm super familiar with. Weirdly, I've just not been getting into that type of music as much lately, even though that is literally my favourite genre. Most of the time I'm discovering more like indie folk type of stuff and more pop punky kind of things lately. I guess I'm just trying to be happier through the music that I listen to. This feels like a good time for Sven, right? Tommel's done better today. I appreciate his efforts, but I'm feeling Svenny. I'm also feeling a bit Salcido. One more subby, what we thinking? Maybe Steiny off, even though he's having a good game, for Carpio to wean him into some football a little bit more now. Frank Turner, not really, no. In fact, not at all. I don't know why I said not really, as if I'm sitting on the fence about it. I haven't. The original... I hate to alarm you, but we might actually win 3-0 here. Architects Constant Head on was Rise Against. Oh, okay. I've only seen Architects once. That was when they were with Counterparts and While She Sleeps, and I got absolutely destroyed during While She Sleeps and didn't actually manage to see all of Architects. Oh, go on, back post header again. It's 4-0, chat. Chavez Brown has done it again. Forward focus on 2009. Yeah! I didn't have a forward focus in 2009, I must admit. I had a Ford Fiesta. But still. Frank Turner is here. Sure, I just don't. As in, I have in the past, and it wasn't for me, but maybe I'll have to revisit it at some point, you know? I promise I don't listen to it. You're not going to convince me. You can't gaslight me into thinking I listen to music that I don't. Didn't start Chavez. No. He seems to be repaying that. One thing I've noticed about this team as well is I feel like the substitutions make a huge impact in... We seem to get a lot of goals off the bench. We're like the Fulham of Portugal. Listen to music. I do occasionally. You know. We're actually good. Yes. Surprisingly good. Like, goodier than I expected us to be. Given that we are newly promoted to the top flight. And as a result of this... Careful, lads. That would have led to a goal before. There's something about the presence of mind in our defensive... Never mind, it's going to lead to a goal anyway. Cool. Either way, is that Renato Sanchez, by the way? Have they... That isn't the Renato Sanchez, is it? Or has he really just fallen off hard? Oh, cleared again. Look at this. We could be good here. Having a Fiesta before Fiesta. I was having a lovely time, so I guess you could say I was. That is a great finish from Willington Aponza. Oh, he's offside, isn't he? He's not offside. I like the idea of Frank. It's like... This is the thing, actually. I'm like that with things like Sleep Token. I don't personally enjoy Sleep Token. You'd think that I would, but I just don't. I listen to their music sometimes, and I'm just like, I don't personally get it, but that's fine. I don't need to. Other people enjoy it, and I'm happy for them, you know? Half of them definitely were Smates. I actually thought it was Smates to put that cross in for the second Brown goal, as it happens, but no. He's actually not had the best game so far, but I feel like he's creating space. And naturally, we obviously... Wow, they've really had some chances in the end of this game, and yet we've come out with a dub again. We're just good. Chavez Brown, man of the match off the bench. Lima gets a goal this time. I'm sure it will be an absolutely huge hit. And I still don't enjoy listening to it. You know, it just doesn't connect with my brain sonically, I suppose. I think we've done all the song requests there. Now, Chapelle Roanne, different kettle of fish. Yeah, I'll check in the fixtures. Played trash. Man played for Bayern Munich, did he not? So, Portuguese international played for Bayern Munich. I'd say that playing for Portimonense at that point is a fall off, no? Hello, Pogs. Ooh, pretty cup.
You'll need to swizzle.
I wanted to swizzle.
We've got £9.90 on our thingy account.
We have £10 worth of loyalty already. Jesus Christ. Pogs just informed that we already have £10 worth of loyalty points on the local coffee shop. Oh, bit of ASMR for you? That's more annoying than anything, isn't it?
Also, I've got Luke's birthday card.
Okay. Is that important? Oh, I mean, it is, yes.
Birthday girl, you're no spring chicken.
Yep.
But you can still put a spring in a cock.
Good. Tell chat. Show chat. See, look, she can actually be in here properly now. You have to tell them what it says. They're not going to be able to read it.
Okay.
Oh, for God's sake, one sec.
Okay.
It's a birthday card for her brother. Good stuff.
I think it's wildly appropriate for Luke.
Stream starting, chat. Watch out. Local coffee shop and good for you. Oh, no, honestly, Veggie, our local coffee shop are so fucking sick. I mean, I'm not going to, what's the word? Rave about them anymore, but I like to because they are so good. They're so nice as well. I do get a little bit of that Andrew potentially, but maybe it's just because I spent too much time on TikTok in the past, right? Make a screeching noise. Yeah, another new messed up intro there. Right, we were going to check. Oh, firstly, please don't tell me we've got any serious injuries here. 1 to 2 days, 1 to 2 days. Lads, you've got to be better than this. Like, don't let them know you're hurt. All right, go till you can't go no more. Run them up, fill them in. I actually can't believe that both of them had to come off with those injuries. I suppose they had to. They were both orange injured, but we all know if you leave an orange injured player on the bench, they do oatmeal or hot chocolate. Do you know? Probably, James. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in any way. That's like, I'm lucky. Like, there is a Costa that's closer, but there's actually 2 Costas here as well, but I just prefer... Big up Silver Oak. The stream has definitely got going after that, yes. A screeching noise. Just a completely irrelevant one. It looks like Wout Fass is off to FCSB. Don't FCSB have another player that we were fascinated by and surprised to see there? Sammy Smodics. Robin's recently. Yes, actually, Andrew. They reached the Cambridgeshire Invitational Cup final, which is a big deal because they're not in the top flight of the leagues that are involved in it. They're playing against Marchtown United. Go to hot drink. Caramel latte. Which coffee is that? This is just an iced caramel latte. It's too hot for hot drinks today. Plus, it would have been cold by the time Pod got it back here. But yeah, Sammy Smollett's. Oh, that is caramelly, baby. And this is cheaper than Costa as well. Like, they're a business that only exists in this city. They have several different places. The thing in the market square, as well as their own little thing called the Yard, which is like this property where they have like restaurant stuff in there too. Their smoking area, which is amazing, is a converted old Land Rover that they've extended, and it has like a heater inside and everything. And I just thought I was so sick. Not that I smoke anymore, but if I did, how cool is that? Cinnamon roll cappuccino is back. Is this just another? Vikings obsessed with those coffee syrups that you get. You know, the Monin ones. Pog and I use the caramel one for our machine one, but Vikings got like a whole cupboard full of the damn things. It's great. We actually are pools. It's mad. Cambridge United don't play in that because Cambridge United are a League One team. It's like a non-league cup, basically. I'm not sure the exact like qualification. It is actually Renato Sanchez, by the way. I'm not sure the exact requirements to be in it. All I know is that, from what I gather, it's the league that Ely City play in and the league above, basically. And they knocked out a team from the league above in order to get to the final, which they're now. And they're also top of the league they're in, so they will be in that league next season as well, which is pretty sick. They're on the way up now. They're doing really well. Roaster and Bees, yes, they do. They actually make their own coffee in the sense that they sell proper coffee that they roast on another site they have. So you can buy the bags of coffee from them too, and it's really good coffee. It's fine, Viking. Join us in the bougies. You'd love it up here. Your bougie brain would go mad up here, bro. Like the FA. Yeah, so like, you know, with the further you go down the English leagues, there are these smaller cup competitions that exist within the sub-leagues, essentially. It's Cambridge are going down to a lobby. I think Cambridge are more likely to have a local derby with Cambridge City than they are with Ely City, sadly. But we're getting there. Yeah, like in Tier 8, Tier 7 Cup, I think that's exactly what it is. I believe each cup at that level, each two leagues at that level, because there is usually a Premier Division and a Division 1, have a cup competition that's involved, and R1 is the Cambridge Invitational Cup, basically. I don't know how they did in the FA Cup this season. I can't imagine too well for an H tier side, right? Yeah, Lincolnshire Senior Cup Final. That's exactly the type of thing I'm on about. They're such fun names as well. I'm actually not sure where the final's being held. It's not being held at the Demcom, that's for sure. Got excited there. We beat Porto. Yeah, we beat them 3... Was it 3-0 or 3-1? We have a habit of conceding late goals. In every single one of these games, we've been like multiple goals up and then just thrown it away. Luckily, we've won... We're top of the Portuguese league. I cannot stress this enough. She's going to be 8. Oh, Viking. Honestly, chat. Vikings dog. I mean, both are Vikings dogs. But in terms of just like pure like, wow, that's an absolutely stunning dog. Bella is like just a quality hound right there. I actually can't believe we're doing this well. Upgraded North American Champions League. Ooh, what's the upgrade? Yeah, HHHHHBBBB for Bella. Bella was his daughter. Unless Viking's been hiding it. Now, in fairness, I haven't seen Viking since New Year 2023, so maybe he's been hiding this from me, but I suspect not. I am so looking forward to seeing you, man. Chat, I reckon this might not be the worst idea to loan out Jaime Romero, because he's not going to get in our team much this year because of the amount of players we've got, and getting him, what type of football are they saying? Regular starter. I'm all right with that. Like, Vizela's a good team, solid. Mafra are just... I don't know if I want to do that either. I do love lower league English football. Hard to grip. Yeah, I mean, I've tried that sort of stuff myself, Lord Justinian, and this is why I'm glad I have Hadrian. You need a Hadrian in your life. I don't think Abreu is going to be good enough for long term, but I actually am going to say no to this because he's a club captain and he's not interested anyway, and I think we could just do with his presence around the club. I'm a little bit worried about Lima now. Should we try and offer him a new contract? Let's trigger the contract clause first. That way he'll want a longer deal. I'm a little bit concerned that we may end up losing him in January. So I think what I'm going to do... Oh, no, that's not good. Pedro Pina's like our big young talent that was actually come through the youth academy. Still only 17. Plenty of time for him. Lungby, under 19s. We'll revisit those a little bit later. Oh, so someone asked me on Twitter last night. if I played FIFA Manager 2025. I didn't know that was a thing, but I'm actually suspecting that I raided Zims the other day while he was playing it, and I just didn't believe. I thought he was joking, honestly. Is that a thing then? Because that's the reason this stream exists right now is because of FIFA Manager, or TCM, as it was at the time. Total Club Manager back in the day on my dad's laptop was a vibe. And it's the reason I'm obsessed with these types of games now. When you say confusing suspect, do you mean that like you genuinely don't understand it from like a playing standpoint, or you just feel like it's a bit like unbalanced? Because I'm happy to explain it to you if it's the first thing and you're just learning the game. Oh, version. Oh, it's like a. That's kind of sick, actually. I really do want to start playing a bit of EHM or FH. I'm not sure which one yet. Which one's better if you've played both? Because I would love to start getting into that. So it's like a mod. I see. My favorite thing about it, which I really wish you could bring into FM, is the way that it handles Youth Academy building. I prefer to EHM. Yes, the EHM is obviously the one was SI developed, but FH is more recent, or is there like big updates for both, basically? Oh, did I miss? Hang on. Sorry about this, Mats. Had cup competition. We've got drawn against the regular title winners from the top division. 27. That's like nearly a goal a minute. That's like American. That's police machine levels right there. Zim's gate. Oh, here we go. No shot. Hey. That's dope. Fair play to him. Good thumbnail too, actually. Ah, dear. Right, okay, I'm going to try and offer Lima a new contract. He's an important player. We're getting rid of all of these. Going nowhere near these. I want a big boy contract for you, bud. And I'm willing to offer you, like, legitimately $6,000 a week if you get international caps. Because he will, but I also want a 5-year contract out of him. Go on, lad. Ah, shit. Might have to offer him a bit more. Do you know what? He's worth it, though. Give me 6.75. There we go. Bang. So no release clause and an 8-year contract extension for a 21-year-old. That would literally keep him here through up to his prime. I've gone back on what I was going to say. The biggest thing is when I actually initially asked his agent, I forgot that when they're highlighted in yellow, that means they're not going to negotiate on it. And it wasn't in yellow at all, was it? I was actually trying to get rid of them entirely. As usual, me misreading things. Yeah, have any of you here actually played EHM or FHM? Because I've got both, or have the most recent version of EHM, which obviously came out years ago, and I think I've got a couple of year-old version of FHM. All the pages are stuck together. Sorry, I'm a child. Give me a standing desk and this is what happens. There's just something about it. I've actually found that I feel more comfortable standing up on stream, and I actually think it makes me better at my job. I find that my energy levels stay higher for longer, and I somehow become even more hyperactive, which may be a bad thing, I realise. But I feel much better. I felt so good after Tuesday's stream. You have no idea. It wasn't pasta. Forgot the fork. Depends, Stewie. What's the lunch? I think this is a crucial part of it, right? Because if it's a sandwich and you've forgotten the fork, then, like, are you a psychopath? But if it's soup... Wait, who's eating soup with a fork? Turns out I'm the psychopath all along. Carpio, I think, is still not ready to start games for us yet. And I've actually been impressed with Steiny the last couple. Got teeth in you. Good point. Well made. I think I'm starting to understand hockey tactics enough to be able to play a game like that. Because I think the thing I would really enjoy about it is the development of players. Top of the league, we're vibing. We are. No, genuinely, we absolutely are. I don't know. I think what it is that streams really are keeping me sane lately. It's on a stream day, my brain sits perfectly. It's like, I know what I need to do. There's immediate deadlines and urgency involved. And I know it's going to be fun. And now that I'm standing up, I somehow have an even better time doing it. It's all the other days where my brain is still not quite working properly. But we'll get there, chat. We will get there. I'm thinking maybe next Friday as well for a late night stream, perhaps. Hang on. There's HLM25. Oh, this is one I've not heard of. Fill me in. Runner-up, fill her in. A power play. I guess being a Sharks fan, you wouldn't have much experience of that. Eat a sandwich with a knife and fork? No. Honestly. I'm the kind of guy that Two reasons, Misha, and hopefully you'll agree with me on this one, right? I really, when I'm eating a meal, want to have as little cutlery, especially if I'm making the meal. If I'm cooking, if I'm in a restaurant, it's not so much, right? That's what you're paying for, right? But if I'm at home, if I can make a meal that doesn't involve me having to use any kind of cutlery, it's less washing up. It's win-win. What is this? And I'm really enjoying it. Was this a song request, chat? Hearken the Endless Knot? Because if so, this is a vibe. That's going on the playlist. Really enjoying this. Oh. Streamers community saying it would be bad financially, Misha. Not financially, sorry. That's not true, actually. It would probably be a slight boost, but it would be bad for what I actually need to do long term, right? It was a request. Who was it? Because you need props for that request. That was fucking great. I really enjoyed that. None yet, Lord Justinian. I've never heard of them. Big fan. Drops my food into my mouth like yes, kind of like a Roman emperor with grapes. Matter how it's pasta. Emphatic no. I love me some pasta, mate. Like, we have a pasta cupboard. I shit you not. It contains solely, well, would you believe it, pasta, and of course pasta sauce. You need pasta accoutrement, otherwise, I mean, what are we even doing here? Oh, not only that, Kermraid, this is one that hits you. This is a hashtag relatable moment. Here we go. When you're washing up, but you forget to bring a plate in from the other room, and then you empty the bowl out, and this has happened to us a few times recently. You go back into the living room and there's just a plate sat there and you're like, fuck. Particularly with Hockey League Legacy Manager. Oh, okay. Wait, you get to play as the GM. Oh, wait a second. Oh, this sounds like my exact... So, to clarify, do I have to piss about with tactics or is it more the GM side of things? Because if it's just GM mode, I am... Oh... £7. I'm buying that after stream. Yeah, screw Leixões. We are a hockey team now. Funny Mr. Sock. Oh, yes. Particularly as we can't always fit the entire load in the washing machine. And I always try to make sure that if with socks, I get both of them in the load that I'm doing at that exact moment. But it just never quite works out like that. To be fair, Misha, that's a completely fair assumption. With Pog and I, that doesn't really work because Pog and I cook together and clean together. So... we'll have us with each meal that we do. Oh my god, we're winning again. We have tasks that sort of we accomplish each, but when it comes to washing up, I do the washing up and Pog does the drying up, which is weird because you think that handling like soggy food and stuff would be really bad for me, and it not bad for me, but bad for my brain. But I seem to be able to do it when it's in a bowl of washing like that. But when you're trying to pick bits out of the sink afterwards, that's when I'm like, ugh. We have these things that like stop the food from going down the plug hole and then you take them out and dap them in. Yes, this is the first season, Sal. I don't know what's going on. Woo stats. Yeah, absolutely, Andy. Fuck it, I'll show you now. I'm feeling charitable. Basically, he was the guy that we chose to be our, like, DLP. He's the passer. You're spot on. He really does, yeah. Build tactics too, light out the park. Okay. Because that's where I struggle with hockey tactics. I haven't watched enough hockey psychology yet to understand the tactical side of the game as much as I would like. Ooh. Getting my hands in there. That's not a bad shout, actually. What are we saying? Begin your era from the early days of hockey and lead your team through... No way! Right, if FM had this, can you imagine? I could manage the fucking Avs 1.0. Oh. If I didn't have shit to do later, chat. Honestly, Saz, I just... You're right, I can click his face, can't I? I'm so instinctive. I rarely ever show the full profiles, and normally I'm used to just showing the mini pop-ups, so I just instinctively click it like that. One thing I hate is dishes, yeah. Shout out to the dishwashers. Not that I've ever owned a dishwasher in my life. Bolognese ridden plates. Oh, God. The worst one. Yeah, anything with involving pasta sauce. Like, we have a special sponge that we solely use for cleaning stuff with pasta sauce involved, because it just gets into the sponge. Oh, my God, it's 2. What is going on? That sounds great. Yeah. The reason FM can't do that is because of licensing. But wouldn't it be so sick if they just set the game up in a way that made it easier for you to make those retro databases? For around the country? It sounds strange, but like when we moved in here, I actually wish this place didn't come with a washing machine because I would have bought a washer dryer instead. I love it. The sales of this game have just gone pew, and they're like, what the hell? Why are they buying it now? That's what Harv needs. Yeah, I mean, who do you think I got it from, right? Honestly, Fleming Ball is popping off at an absolutely wild level right now. As things stand, we are going clear at the top of the league. And playing some unbelievable football. And I don't really understand it. This squad is not that much. It is better than last year, obviously. We've brought in some great players. But these guys are young. They're not ready yet. Like, there's a reason why we didn't have to compete against the top sides in Europe for these talents. His name was on fire. So we've got... I'd like to believe that's Flares, although it does look like he's just straight up on fire, isn't he? That's how good we are. Even our fans are on fire. A dishwasher. Oh, don't they have the... Yeah, they've got the big washer, though. Don't they have the guy that, like, washes stuff off before it goes in the big washer, though, if I recall correctly? Oh, Gon Rosales. Bit wider. Drop it across for 3-0. We're so good at being 3-0 up at half-time, it's actually unfair against other teams. Oh, Steiny, imagine. Oh, I actually thought that went in. Actually, such as punting and gentlemanliness, and likely to be called up for the whore. There was 1920s. That would be amazing. Every team's playing WM. Half of my squad has just got back from World War I. Don't know, that would be really that great. Oh, sorry, your main striker's out with trench foot. Not quite what you want there. We call up. After the Moulin Rouge, I see, doing a France save. Nice. This is the first time in this save where this team has been able to actually consistently overperform its XG. And I don't know why. We really shouldn't be. I do feel like the only good team, like legitimately decent side we've played so far. Then again, Estoril aren't that bad. Is Porto. But we beat them though. Nighttime coal mine. Yeah, because all your players would be part-time. You could play as Herbert Chapman. Army drafting. Well, that would be most of them, if anything. It'd be like full-on League of Their Own level stuff, which would be sick as well, honestly. Yeah, I remember the April Fool's joke they did, but just how sick would it be? I've always wanted that to be a thing, and we all know why it can't happen, but maybe, I mean, it's not like they're going to be thinking about this for the latest game, but imagine. Because, like, retro databases are sick, but the amount of work that goes into making those is insane, which is why there's so few of them out there. Lemieux to topple Gretzky. Yes! God, I hadn't even considered that. Damn. See you later, United fan. Oh, enjoy. Say hi to your mum. That's good. Call your mum or your dad, chat, or whoever. Call your fam. Unless you don't like them, in which case, wait for them to call you. That's their responsibility too. It's a two-horse race. I'm thinking Rosales off for Chavez Brown again, right? Because he was so good off the bench last time, it'd be stupid not to do it again. Diarra's been okay, but I'm feeling Salcedo once more. Steiny, I'm going to leave Steiny in this time because his performances have been improving and I want to give him the full 90 to give him a chance to sort of live out his dreams. And I think we'll leave the rest for now, just in case we get any injuries. Play him till he's 60. So you mean just mimic real life, basically, then, Misha? How did I not know about this game? Is it... I didn't actually look at the reviews. Is it sort of reasonably well liked, or is it just like a piece of shit? I don't know how much time I'm going to have later, because I've got to go for... Pog wants to go for a run after stream, and then we're going to go Tesco's. Oh, little man, big news. When I looked at, I did the Patreon recap last night, or yesterday afternoon. It was the one thing I was able to get accomplished yesterday after my 45-minute procrastination drive to Whiz Beach. Your guy he had interest from another club, and it was not where I expected it to be. Dave Hull FC, thank you very much for the follow. Hull fan by any chance? So we're like, no, I'm just from there. Like, fair enough. Hope you're well though. Hope you're having a fabulous day. Overall positive reviews. You'd love to see it. Oh, Out the Park. I already know about Out of the Park. I've owned several of them, but I'm not super into baseball, which I realise isn't really a prerequisite for it, but that's a great touch. Yes, sir. You'll love to see it, friend. He could be a fan of Dave from Hull. I mean, I am now because he's followed, so therefore I am emphatically a fan of Dave from Hull. Not Saudi. Not Saudi. I think, little man, it could be a really interesting move if it comes off. You may no longer be wanted by them, because it possibly could just be the hangover from the end of the transfer window, but I'll show you in a sec. Honestly, Quince, it could not be going better. We've managed to... you know how we finished last stream, where we were just winning games out of nowhere? It's continued. We've won 2 more games at the start of the stream today. We're unbeaten and top of the Portuguese Premier League. Team cohesion, average. I actually think that it would be scary if it was better than that. That's the league currently. We are 5 points clear of Benfica. What is this team? Now, obviously, they will have a game in hand. Petrof's got caps. Loads of them have caps now. I believe the maximum so far is 46 caps. This is mad. My target for us now that we are where we are, is to finish 5th. Because at some point it will catch up with us. There's just no way we keep this up at this level. But I think we could get 5th place in European football for next season. And if that's the case, that would be unbelievable. I'd be so excited for that. Like, look at the XG table. We're not the best team in this league. We've overperformed by +7 already. Right? Our volleyball team is going to win the league. If anyone was in Portugal going to have a hockey club, like a proper ice hockey team, it would be someone like Leixões, just because they've got every other damn team, right? No, I decided to do another standing up stream, Kyle, because I had a great time last time, and I feel like it actually makes me better. Legitimately, I feel like I'm more fun standing up. The energy levels stay higher for longer, and I get my steps up. I've already whacked in 600 steps just in today's stream. Just bouncing around the room, being excitable. 16th place last season. Do you know what? We're probably not that far. No, I suspect in a 34-game season, 16th place probably had like 36, maybe? Oh my days. So it was actually a point a game for Passos. So you only needed 31 points to survive relegation. Year before that, 30 points. 32. 32. Bloody hell, that was a year and a half. We're nearly at that number of points already. Most years, you want to... Basically, if you're hitting a point a game, you're going to survive. That's generally the rule so far. Speaking of bad, actually, I don't know if this is still the case. I hope it is, just because of the memes. Spurs are in the relegation zone. It is the same, because they've actually not played another game since I last checked, as it happens. Now, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, a couple of things. That was Fleming Ball, so I'm not going to click it accidentally. But yeah, Spurs are currently bottom of the league. Well, not bottom of the league, but they're in real trouble. So that's something I want to keep an eye on. They'll get out of it, but... yeah, so you're at Gladbach, as we know, but you're wanted by RZ Alkmaar, which I found fascinating, because you're a fucking great player. Gladbach didn't pay a lot of money for you and you're worth a fortune, but Gladbach are not very good, and I didn't realise this. Like, they're in the relegation zone in Germany at the moment, and they're like a lower mid-table side, whereas RZ, of course, have won 2 of the last 3 Dutch titles. So if they drop some big money on you, it could be a really fun signing for them and just a really enjoyable experience for all. The Patreon recap, it came out last night, Gus Show Business. That was early yesterday afternoon I whacked it up on the Patreon, so if you check it now, you should see it. Did you go to Norwich? That's a good question. I don't believe you did, because, bear in mind, I did the Patreon recap after the window had shut, because I forgot where we were, basically. It's not a bad move at all, actually, particularly when you consider the... Like, you wouldn't likely see a player moving from Gladbach, a big player like that, moving from Gladbach to RZ right now. But in this saves world, totally would. Because RZ are actually kind of goated. Where are they at right now? See, look. They've already won 3 league titles in this save and have got 4 runner-up spots. RZ are very, very strong in this save. Not going to win it this year by the looks of it, though. Because PSV have just won everything, apparently. God, Julian Rykhov's still top scorer there. Honestly, Daz, it's so nice out there. I had to. Originally, I was wearing my Cambridge United shirt, but it was still a little bit tight in places I didn't like, especially when standing up. So I decided to take that off and go full Fulham Hawaiian shirt, which actually fits way better than I was expecting it to. Could be a January transfer for sure. I suspect what it is, though, is it's potentially just a hangover from the window. That doesn't mean you won't make a move in January, but I don't think it's going to be... Jesus Christ. He is turning into an inspired signing. He's still... I keep forgetting that he's 18. I look at these attributes and the value and these star ratings, and I just assume that he's like 23 years old. He's 18. That's terrifying. Greece League. No, I haven't, actually. It's a league that I would like to manage. I would like to manage in Greece or Turkey, honestly, because... there is only one Turkish club I would consider managing in this save, though, for the memes. Has to be done, which I would love to do at some point later after we've completed the goal and we start doing really fun challenges. But we actually had the opportunity to go to Greece in this save with a team called Ionikos because they got a tycoon, but that was almost the reason why I didn't want to manage them, ironically. Yeah, how's that healing for you, Misha? How bad was the break? Like, what's the sort of prognosis? Are you 4 to 6, or are we... what's the situation? Because I know that with ankle breaks, it's very dependent on how severe the break is and whereabouts in the ankle as well. He says as if he has any clue what he's talking about. Yorkshire Sport, that's the one. Ooh, Tirana. Soon to be glue. You went at Cheltenham over the weekend, were you, Misha? Yes, I think with signing players like Kayembe, Sporting lose again. Oh my days. We're officially 12 points clear of Sporting. And only Benfica can actually stop us from... They'll win that game, of course. Pogsport. I always skip over mine and Pogs players in the Patreon recap just because I want to keep it as short as possible. And you're likely not interested in my own player. But what I would say is if you saw to the end, my player is probably the worst of all of the Patreon regens as well. He's made 0 appearances despite coming through at Fulham. And Pogs guy is now playing for Rotherham. Bigger population though, isn't it, Andrew, right? You guys see that South Africa got double relegated in the hockey as well. Because they were doing quite well at one point, and now they got double relegated. By that, I don't mean at the same time. I mean, they just lost consecutively over 2 seasons and have gone all the way down 2 divisions. It's actually a big derby. Well, not big derby. I suppose a big game. Greek history. Oh, yeah, Pog loves Greek history. She's obsessed with, like, ancient Greece and stuff like that. It is officially toasty, David, for sure. I'm so looking forward to getting out there later. Like, I did a 7.5k interval training run yesterday, and... It wasn't as hot as today, obviously, and it felt so goddamn good. I was down by the river. I stopped for a little bit to enjoy some ducks and swans and some goose. Only African nation IHF. No, I think Kenya are allowed in now. I swear Kenya have got a team in IHF as well now. I think they were only just approved. I saw it on... I follow a lot of, like, World Hockey Instagram accounts, and I see stuff like that all the time, and it's fascinating. So, like, there's a guy, you know what Zealand does with Zealandisms, where he does the interesting stories from around the world of football, like the really niche stuff. There's a guy that I follow on TikTok that does the same thing for ice hockey. I can't remember what his name is, but he's fascinating. And he follows those types of stories. Penguins game. Oh, I know! Because I was so desperate to see the Avs in another Global Series game, because I would be, no matter where in Europe that game was, I would be there. Skiland! Skilandisms. I should see if I can find him, because if it's something that might be interesting to some of you, I'll see if I can... I'll just look at my following, right? Fuck's sake, getting ads on TikTok. Man watches TikTok live on stream. To be fair, there's entire YouTubers, his entire career is just that, isn't it? Why is it going to Facebook? Go away. Thank God for the Insta continue button. That's my sister. Babs. I think his name is Babs. Yes, the other Babs. That's his name. Max Paul plays. You don't want to see that, do you? A London game would be goated. It'd be so goddamn good. I honestly wouldn't even care who was in it if there was a game in London. I would go. But if it was the Avs, I think I might explode. One day I'm going to get to Ball Arena, but it's just so much money to go there, innit? I would just... I mean, the fact is, right, let's be honest, Nikki. I think there's a much higher chance of it being someone like the Penguins than there is of someone being like the Avs. Even though the Avs have probably got the star power currently, the historic sort of name recognition is just not there on Colorado as far as like our market share as a big league team, you know? You can stream on TikTok too. I just don't think my content's particularly... FM's not a particularly good game for TikTok, really. Yeah, look how shit I am. 23 years old, not a single one. There is literally a category for it. Yeah, I can't stand it. Influx of followers. He's got like 83,000 followers on TikTok. He wouldn't even notice. Biggest win had Forsberg. Oh, no, for sure. Not just Forsberg. We have Gabriel Landeskog as well. Like, he's our current captain, and I'm pretty certain he's coming back. 8k a week, I mean, I'd take it, you know? You wouldn't knock it, but he's been... not one single appearance. He did 2 seasons on loan at Goretza and didn't play a single game. Yeah, it's just not a game that's conducive to stream stuff. Like, it's fine for making TikToks, because I can zoom shit in all the time using, like, effects and stuff. But for live streaming, it's impossible, because I can't do that. Orders McDavid to come. That would be incredible. Not just McDavid, I mean, like let's be honest. It's all about Leon this year. LTR. No, so I reckon he's coming back. Because there's just so much stuff going on around Landy right now. I think he's coming back this season. Because there's this whole documentary series about him right now that's going on. He's been doing a lot more media stuff. He was spotted in full contact jersey in practice. And he's just making a lot more public appearances. Like when he was presenting Nate with his 1,000th point thing. I think, obviously, we can't play him yet because of the salary cap, right? But I reckon in the playoffs, we see him. I imagine if it ended with his retirement. No, I reckon they basically drop the final episode of the documentary, bang, in the lineup that night. Not on, like, the top line. Put him on the third line, just see what he's like. Hello, Wayne. In Wales, I think, yes, it's the same save. So we are basically now in Portugal with that same exact save. So we're in season 9 of the save currently. We had a lovely time in Wales. Actually, I don't know where you saw where we were at in Wales, but we got Cardiff Draconians promoted to the top flight in Wales, then got them into... no, we didn't. We damn near got them into Europe and probably should have done in the first season. We then went to Italy, but we don't talk about that. Then spent 3 years in Belgium rebuilding a side who quite literally were in some of the worst debt I've seen relative to their level in a long, long time. And managed to get them promoted as well with one of the best seasons I've ever had. Then came to Leixões in Portugal, where we now find ourselves. Finally got some coaching badges. And more importantly, pulled off possibly an even more insane task last year, where at one point we were 13th in the league after 9 games, 14 points off the top of the league, and we managed to win the league by winning 18 of our last 21 matches. And now, we're top of the Portuguese Premier Division in our first season after promotion. I don't even know what to say, because I don't believe this tactic is particularly overpowered, as you've seen from how we've played with it in the past, right? We had easily the best team in the league last season, and we were still ninth, still at that point, right? Serong, they got relegated last year. Hello, Boogie! I ruined Sestri. How dare you accuse me of such things that are correct? I feel like they were already ruined, right? That's kind of like taking rotting food and then just sort of throwing it away. That's what I did. Yeah, they're back down into National 1 this year, but they're looking reasonable with this guy, Jacke van Britsum. Ugh, striker, what are you doing? And they've got this guy, Seti Junior Chibinda. Okay, they're making some good signings. Yeah, I just went there to get some pasta for half. Big news. Lima, baby. Also, Andrew, did I see that you guys have got Jari back up in the big league again? And he's actually been playing well. I couldn't believe it when I saw him in a video the other day. I was like, is that Tristan Jari? We picked them... Basically, we were torn between 3 clubs. There was Ionikos in Greece, but they had a tycoon, and I wasn't sure about... I didn't really want a tycoon club because it would make it less fun. Like, we've been able to spend money here, but that's because they've earned the money. And now we're in debt by like £5 million. Or we could have gone to FC Eindhoven in the Netherlands, but we possibly could have run into that negative transfer budget nonsense again. And I just thought that Leixões would be more interesting. They sent down Nedeljkovic. Jesus Christ. For the Islanders? He's the son of your basketball coach. Is he tall as well? Oh yeah, Metz was the other one. My apologies. Yeah, it was actually Metz, not... we kind of discounted Ionicos quite quickly, didn't we? Metz are definitely on the way back up under Benjamin Lecomte. Newly promoted, up in 4th place. The titties are... They are literally the tits. That's a stupid start to the season for them. Leon have kind of recovered now to a certain point. Pretty small surround. I just figured, you know. Oh, good lord. No, please don't. Oh, shit. Who's going to play the role? Lecomte is a guy that I've often seen manage big clubs in the latter stages of saves, for sure. Kozia Dubry's just moved to... What the fuck? Mario Kozia Dubry has just moved from Feyenoord to Inter for 53 million quid. How badly did Arsenal get screwed on this? I love the fact that he was a £22 million move inside the Netherlands. And Netherlands is really popping off in this save in terms of... speaking of Boris Banja-Luka, I was listening to the sweeper yesterday and they were talking all about them. Yeah, Velez unfortunately had a ridiculously low release clause. Yeah, Leon are back now. They actually, in their first season back in the top flight, got into Europe, unfortunately. Mets takeovers on the rocks. Oh, good lord. How's Sheffield United shaping up? There you go. Sheffield United already won their first game in the Europa against Austria Wien. Troy Parrott's banged 4 goals for AEK Athens already. I reckon Sheffield United could actually go quite deep. I love that they're in the Europa League, despite finishing 17th last season. So what other clubs... Is it only those 3 clubs, Philly, or do they have any other sports on there as well? Like, I don't know, ice hockey? I don't imagine ice hockey is super common in Portugal. Luke de Jong, surely he's not still playing, right? Or is he just much younger than I think he is? Oh, he's an assistant manager. So he retired... Yeah, he retired 5 years ago, but he's still knocking about. He's not particularly good, but he's there. Has he had a job in the 5 years? Administration issues with Beaconsfield. No, it's actually fairly easy to make money down at those levels because you can try out... the biggest thing I would suggest to you is tournaments. Run pre-season tournaments. You can get the reason you get so much cash from them is because you get the gate receipts from the other games as well. Who? Panserikos. Okay. Are after Yuri Tillmans. They do be popping off, yeah. John Tavares. That's Tavares. Thank you. Give him his proper name. That was one of the things, actually, that initially threw me when listening to hockey commentary, was you'd hear the pronunciations of the names and I'd be like, that can't be right. And then you realise they're Canadian and you're like, that's absolutely right. There's some absolutely wonderful names. And I'm just like, if I said that out loud and it was a player from that country, I'd get tatters. But they're from Quebec or something. Actually, that's probably the worst example. They wouldn't be from Quebec, would they? Who's after Yuri? Wait, who's after Yuri? Oh, it's a team in the top flight of Greece called Panserikos, who I don't believe start in the top flight of Greece. In fact, they actually have been down as low as the first tier. We've already got a coaching badge on the go right now. So is Konechny, yeah. Donny was released, but... Oh, right, you mean where did he go? Yeah, it'll be some dude from Medicine Hat, whose surname is Byfuglin, except it's actually pronounced Bufflin. I'm not saying Dustin Bufflin is from Medicine Hat, but it would be funny if he was. Jakub Kivior. New setup. Yes, Wheels. One sec. Is he retired? Or am I spelling Jakub wrong? Oh, no, there he is. Real Sociedad. Yeah, so new house, new setup. Decided to stand up for a little bit. I kind of want to know where Dustin Bufflin is from now. Hello, hang on. Hang on. Jivilala? Sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. Do let me know what to call you, though. Taken over by Sugar Daddy. No. The closest we came is during the Sarong stream, we had a Tycoon takeover fall through at the last minute, and they were going to give me a budget of £42 million in the third tier of Belgium, but it fell through in the end. He was on... No, that's going to be permanent. Arsenal sold him to United for 31 million. Vilela, I can do that, no problem. Yeah, he was at United for a while. Oh, am I getting a phone call? It's suspected spam, chat. I would answer it and have a bit of fun with it, but lately these have just been switching off when you actually answer them. So that's a shame. Hello, everyone. Blomqvist. Oh, okay. Got a rant to go on. Lamine Yamal doesn't get caught in spam. Interesting. He's from Minnesota. For a second, Asher, there was a split second where I thought you meant that Jakub Kivior was from Minnesota. I love it, the idea of him being from St. Paul. It just... Tremendous work. Ah, dear. But there he is. Yeah, that's kind of... I've noticed that Jakub Kivior moves to Man United a lot. In almost all of my agent video sims, he ended up making that exact same move for some reason. Ah, Schmold. What, Jakub Kivior? That would really be something then. Oh, they're ringing it again. They're desperate to get a hold of me, chat. Must be really important. Yeah, they just get surprised. Mr. Bufflin. It's the first person that's answered all day. They've just got social anxiety. They don't know what to do when I actually answer the phone. Much like me when I ring someone, ever. You already have caps, right? So this isn't going to be costing us loads of money. Okay, good. 30 caps at 22 is insane. Your Chinese YouTube manager? No. If it was my contact with the network, that would at least be... Thankfully, I have him on WhatsApp, so he would probably just ring me on that. Right, so Lima is going to be out for a bit. As if Skelly is the one they want to put in. I think it's going to be Tommy. Like, there's a reason we signed Tommy, and it kind of was for this role. So, fuck it. Tommy Björkström it is. This is going to make us worse. Yeah, he is at Arsenal, yeah. Recently expired unicycle insurance. God damn it. I thought I'd already paid that. Hey, Tom scored the winning penalty for us. We got Tom and Tommel. It's just Tom with an L. Which is what I suspect is likely to happen in this game. I'm going to start Chavez Brown over Brian Rosales today because Chavez has done so much better. My spine's extended warranty. I think I could do with one of those, honestly. Lima should be back relatively soon. I think I'm okay with that bench. Like, Rio Ave. This feels... Wait. That scared the shit out of me there. I thought they were playing classy neck somehow as a left back. To be fair, we did consider the idea of playing Nehemiah slightly deeper, but we also bought Björkström for this role, so I feel like it'd be silly to not try him there. But we could always bring in Nehemiah as a substitute if it isn't going right for him. I think this is the first game we lose this season, personally. Last two games, though, Steinmetz, his ratings have been much, much better. Like to have had in the multi-save story. At the moment, I think someone like Steiny, a player that we could use that was actually like fully usable in the team, that would have been the fun thing about Malta. Like, if Matthew's side had been just, I say a little bit better, he was clearly very good in general. He isn't got, no, that's very true. He's a different guy entirely. Steiny is unhappy because I wouldn't sell him to Nice for £6.5 million. He'll get over it. Thankfully, he's got an 8-year, like a really long-term contract with us, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, on deadline day, he wanted to move to Nice. And I said no, obviously. Went absolute ballistic. Yeah, no. For me, it's like, you let yourself in for that when you make that call. I know they're just doing their job, but a lot of the time they are fully spamming and it's like actual scam stuff. I'm just like, I don't feel bad. Most of the time I just like waste their time. I find that's more satisfying in a way. I used to do it on stream all the time when I get them, but nowadays they literally just ring you. The second you answer to try and mess with them, it just hangs up because all it's really doing is testing to make sure someone's on the other end of the line so they can ring back later, but they never actually do most of the time. Which is, I must say, ruining my fun. And I won't stand for it. So far, possession is absolutely wild. Nearly 80% possession with this tactic is a little bit surprising. I wonder if we've got too many creative players and not enough brute forces. That's the sort of impression I'm getting here. Funny is that, yeah, they do this thing as well where if you hang up immediately, if you like swipe away, it immediately brings back on a different number. It's like a bot that's going over and over and over. Toast, one of my favourite meals. Thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? Oh, I don't care if their flag number is active. What are they going to do? Keep ringing me? Oh, no. But yeah, I totally see why spam calls and... oh, yeah, sorry. We lost the game because I took a spam call. Oh, there's so many things you can do with it. Best toast topping. I mean, I'm a fan of just straight up keeping things simple with a bit of butter, right? But we were discussing this literally last stream about cheese toasties. About the idea of... I really want a cheese toastie. I've been craving it for a while. Cheese toastie, but... with chopped up spring onion within the cheese. It just adds a wonderful dimension to it and gives it a lovely tang. I would welcome more spam calls. Anything I can use for content is welcome in my book, apart from Wempery. Actually, even Wempery occasionally is fine when we can use it for content. Like that guy the other day. Right, looks like it's going to be Sven time. This feels like the exact type of game that he could have a proper impact in, so I'm quite excited to see what he does. Steiny's not been great. I might be a bit of Carpio. I just don't think we've had the same impact on our midfield without our boy. Let's do Oriola. Let's try this. We're going deep lying Oriola. Bit of chili. Ooh. Like chili or chili flakes? What are we saying? Because we put chili flakes in a lot of different things. Yeah, so there's flares in Portugal. We could extol the virtues of Svenny boy. Is VDB... That reminds me, I was supposed to show you what happened to Donny, wasn't I? Forgive me for that, chat. This is why part of the reason the lookups are useful, because at least I may forget them, but they're always there. Half the time I'll just be like, oh yeah, I'll look them up in a minute, and then I just don't, because something in chat completely distracts me. Flakes are too intense for me. I might call you a snowflake there, Stewie. I am trying to step away from the mic when I'm drinking this, because it's very jingly jangly, so I do apologise, Voddies. Okay, we've completed it. This is a really bad game, and we look like we're only going to take a point. Do you know what? Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. We're going attacking. We're going to go try and... Oh, hang on a minute. Come on. I'm trying to get better at using attacking mentality when it's necessary in situations like this. Like, we don't need to win this game. I'd rather just stay unbeaten, but, you know, a chance for us to win it. We may as well, right? Hello, Alec. On the day of our Lord Thursdat. Gochujang. I've never had Gochujang. Oh, hello. Go on, that's the ball. Good first touch from Lucas Jacks. Bang. This team is insane. It's 1-0 to Leixões again, and it's Lucas Jacks. I think that's his 10th goal of the season already. What a ball. Who was this with the pass? Was it our winger? It was Diego Carpio. What a pass. I didn't think... When he takes that first touch, I did not think that was going in. As if... Right, I'm going to just quickly, before we do anything else... I can't. I'm not sure it even actually switched it. Fuck it, I'm game managementing it. We are just overperforming. I mean, like, we deserve to win the game in there, but look at this. Okay, there's an injury there for Santiago Valverde. We'll get out of the game and see how bad the injury is. I don't understand, but the key passes are all over the place. This team, Skelly's been playing okay. He's been improving. I don't know how he's done as far as whether he's... It might be It's just licking their mic. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to link this. This is way too dusty, bro. I don't understand what's going on. Jacques left-footed. I don't know. All I know is that he seems to be able to score multiple types of goal. Like, we scored 3 types of goal. Tactical battle out there. What tactical battle? We won. We get the pullbacks from the right-hand side. The ball, usually by the fullback. We get the ball over the top, usually from either the DLP or, in this case, the right winger sitting inside. Or we get those back post runs and headers from the left side. We're just so good at creating them. I do want to have a look at Jacques, actually. Please don't be too serious. It's not. Actually, we've got international break soon, so that's fine. Hey. I mean, nobody's whimpering about the tactic right now, are they? Like, let's be honest. Top scorer in the league in Lucas Jacques. We're going to have a look at him, won't we? I think he's reaching his ceiling quite soon. But I'm fine with that. So, yeah, he's good on both feet, which I think really does help. Yeah, literally, we just win it in season 10 after doing 3 seasons. I swear this song was already on today. This playlist absolutely loves putting Pink on, even though there's only like 3 Pink songs on the playlist. It just seems to play them constantly. Sprint on the weekend. Doesn't the sprint start at an absolutely heinous time? Because I know the proper race kicks off at like 7 a.m, right? It is a different Pink song. Still great, though. Oh, did we finish it? You're probably right. Let's just check our profile. Be easier, right? You can say the song title and songer, but it's better if you copy a Spotify link. That way it doesn't make any mistakes. Hour earlier, Jesus Christ. If it's 7 a.m. for the main race, I might be able to actually bring myself to get up and watch that. That's like, doesn't even... Because usually I get up not long after that on Sundays for stream anyway, so I may as well just get up for that. But yeah, it works best with Spotify links. You can, like, physically ask it, but at that point you're asking the bot to actually interpret stuff. So you end up with some, like, weird things sometimes. It's funny, but not always correct. 3 a.m. Yeah, I'm not watching that. I can maybe adjust my schedule to watch the main race. In fact, I definitely want to do that, particularly after missing out last time. But yeah, not doing that one time. No chance. Oh, I like the idea of them, but I ain't going up to watch them. Matto's favourite, Matt Redman, 1,000 Reasons. Bless the Lord, chat. The Church of Smates, popping off. I know I have it, but I've decided not to get any more coaching badges at this club. I don't like min-maxing it too much. Like, we could just keep going on the coaching badges and get all the way up to national continental A license, but I kind of like, one of the things I used to like to doing on OTI says was limiting the number of badges I get at each side. Normally it's only to 1, but I decided to go for 2 here because I felt like, you know, we were a bit screwed in the past. YouTube highlights of the sprint, 100 DP, yeah. Casapia are having a... Like, nobody... Benfica are doing normal things, I would say. Their points tally's fairly straightforward, but Porto and Sporting seem a little bit underwhelming this year. Get those knocked in there as well. Damn, okay, they're just falling over each other right now. So, I think... I mean, Sporting will probably win their game in hand. I don't actually know who it's against. Braga have not started well, have they? Happy to stay. Good. I'm taking what I'm owed, exactly. Like, we've struggled for too long to get coaching badges. I'm not about to... I don't want to min-max it completely, but I was going to take a couple of extra. I mean, I think 2 is fair. Like, we could totally get a 3rd one here, I would be saying. Amador still sad. Yeah, who's managing them these days? Because they sacked Carlos Tevez. They still have Mihaly Keita there, which I just think is fun. Are Spurs still bottom, or have they finally started winning again? Oh, no! Ew. Forgive me. Hang on, they've played 7 games. Now Spurs will be out of the relegation. There we go. They've won one of their games in hand. Middlesbrough not looking quite so good, though, unfortunately. The other leagues are generally... There's just not a lot of goings-on here. Sadly, it's the same kind of clubs. Although Rotherham are actually having a pretty good season in the Championship. I think it was Pedro Gonçalves. Before him, it was Carlos Tevez. Oh, that's 2 matches. There's probably a game on the Monday there, which is the reason. So I will whack... You did, James, yes. And you've actually hit the ground running quite nicely. Wait, is it a 2-week break? Wow, okay. Fuck it. 2 friendlies it is then. Let's play against Calgary Villains, just because that's a team that we get to play against, apparently. And very small reputation teams? What am I thinking? Yes, we'll play against Pika. Nice. What are you doing? What do you mean, Pog? Oh, yeah, sorry, Pog. You're playing for Rotherham. I forgot, yes. Hasten the Wheel Still Challenge. I do a little bit. It was one of the... oh, no, you were literally there. It was one of those stories that could not have been run into the ground more if it tried. The whole Will Still thing. To the point where it became a meme around stream where it was like, hey, did you know about Will Still? I'm like, nah, mate, no idea. So yeah, you've already played 7 games for them. And like, NIFL is kind of like League 2 level. In terms of like league reputation and that. So, don't know about the quality of player. So it's a nice step up from National League North where you were kind of smashing it. So it does kind of make sense. I don't know how Pog was actually doing for Rotherham. Certainly not if I can't spell a name right. Will Still what? Innie. Actually, not a... to be fair, last year 12 goals in the championship. This year 4 and 11, so looking for probably a bit of a higher total, in fact. Wheel Steel is not a person. No. It's always on the go. I'm moving. I'm the opposite of a glacier. Yeah, we don't do memes here. This is a meme-free stream. This is a very serious stream chat where we talk solely about football, football tactics, and have extremely dead banter. Like, did you know that Manchester United are bad? Ha 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 ha. Banter, banter, banter. Any other examples of dead banter you'd like to put? Jeff Hendrick? Yeah, there's some more dead banter. Tillman's has actually gone there in the end. You'll find it even weird. I realise you can't see, but I'm doing like flamingo pose right now. Just because it feels comfortable to stand like a flamingo right now with my leg. You know that thing where you sort of have the arch of your foot either side of your kneecap kind of thing, or the side of your knee? It's actually weirdly comfortable to stand like that. And probably quite good for you. VDB I was actually, surprisingly. I'll show you a bit of VDB. We're going to play against... Wait! I remember looking at this team. Why do I remember looking at this team? This team was one of the teams that got randomly promoted during that video I made because their badge is crazy. It's got a headless fish in it. I've never made a joke in my life. That's true. I've never had a funny joke in my life. Agreed. Your grave is so unkempt. Ah. Ballerina. I feel like I could have... ballerined. Why do I like the badge? I mean, it's fun, isn't it? It's CD Projekt Pred, obviously. And they just got a dude called Dylan, short for Bob. Dylan DaCosta. That's a good name, actually. He sounds like a Formula 4 driver. Do you know what I mean? He'd be in like the Red Bull pipeline somewhere. Now, what was I actually looking at with these guys? There was a reason I ended up clicking on them and I forgot what... Oh, it's our cup team, isn't it? What I was actually going to show you, before I got so rudely distracted by myself, was Donny van der Beek, who's still a free agent, unfortunately. Oh, Donny. Surprised no one's picked him up, really. His wage demands are quite low. A rather large one? Means fish art. No, it doesn't, does it? That's even better. Shout out Fishbutt FC. Which division are Fishbutt even in? Oh, we got rid of Donny because I basically just felt like I wanted to drop the average age of the squad down a little bit. These guys are like 5th tier, right? No, wait, hang on. Champion after... Not sure what level that is, actually. And Donny was earning quite a lot of money. He was one of our higher paid players. Not anymore, he wouldn't have been, because obviously we paid a lot of money this summer. But I just felt like he wasn't... Like, I feel like Wu has been a better player for us than Donny was. And Wu was a lot younger than him. Jamusa Toure, do I want to do this? Regular starter. Do you know what? Yes, screw it. I don't think he's going to get a lot of game time this season. It's more pick. This was a song request, in fairness. Also, weird that you can still do loans at this time. One chat told you. This is very true. Why am I not playing him on the bench? What, you reckon there's like another club in the same town that's got the rest of the fish? Perhaps. They split the fish between them. It's not the weirdest theory I've heard. Left Wrexham on a free. Damn. I figured that starting at Villa would make Pog quite good, but seemingly no. A round oil? Christ, you might be the first person in history, Cannonball, to make a round oil work. One day I'm going to make that my mission, to just build a tactic that solely allows me to make a round oil work. Because I've yet to make it happen. I think like I need to broaden my horizons a little bit, you know? Let's have a little look at this. Jimmy Rosfeld of Lungby A couple more Andorran dudes. No one with the crazy CA this time, but that's okay. Any fun nationalities? Hang on, there's an Azeri dude in here with high PA. And a Belarusian. But especially the Azeri dude. And an Australian, actually. Do you know Petrovic at Varajdin? Ooh, DM, again, obviously. And who was the Karabakh dude? Ruslan Kuliev. Not seeing a lot I like there, but still. I find that it is, I mean, maybe it's just that I never had the right goal, the guy with the right role. Sorry, the guy with the right attributes for the role, and then I wasn't putting the right stuff around it. It's been a while since I've even tried it, honestly. Feels worse than a tracker inside forward. I mean, you know I'm a partial to a trek, right? It's not even sure where that came from. They're just fun players, right? Nathan Collins has just moved to Spurs for £56 million at 30 years old. I know Spurs have done some good business in this save. I'm not sure how good that piece of business is, especially as they're going to be partnering him with Barry Garlow Jr., who they got for £3 million. Singular trek. Well, it's a gateway trek, right? You start with one trek, you get him for free, but then when you get addicted to treks, they want to make you charge, you know, and then all of a sudden, suddenly you're selling your butthole to get more treks. It's the natural pattern of life. I've heard good things about, I've seen random clips of Pink on TikTok live where she's just like swinging around on rope swings. It was giving a lot of, not rope swings, but like zip lines and shit. It was giving that sketch from I Think You Should Leave where you're only here for the zip line. That for me feels like every live Pink show I see, the highlights of. It's great. Trekkie. Ironically, no. My sister is, though. She absolutely loves Star Trek. Just 5 times worse in it. Ooh, damn. They scored 3 goals, though. It was Octo Trek. The most treks you're allowed in a system is 8, as far as I know, anyway. Do you remember when Aaron and I won the Croatian Cup playing Octo Trek in the FIFA E-tournament? I can't believe he let me do that. Darth Maul. My favourite Star Trek character is absolutely Obi-Wan Kenobi. Was it not Octo Trek? What tactic did I get Aaron to play in that game? Oh, it was We Want This. That's even worse. Somehow. That was, I would say, even less effective. No, you can't get 9, I don't think. 8's the most you can have, because you can have 3 in the striker positions and then 5 in behind. I don't think the game will let you have any more at that point. In the World Cup, no. That was just an illusion. It was funny for an answer. That, in fairness, is because their entire job was to essentially behave like real-life pundits and treat it as if it was, like, legit. So their ability to stay deadpan while I was trying to explain it actually, for me, made it much funnier. And especially when I had to defend it in the press conference later. That was some of my favourite moments in the FIFA E thing that I personally had, was me trying to defend that tactic in the press conference that night. Like, because the moment we did that, Aaron was just kind of like, you know, you're going to have to, like, talk about this later. And I was like, yep, I can't wait. I honestly can't remember even what it looks like, because I remember I had to get chat to actually, I think it was you, Andrew, maybe even, that literally typed it out in chat for me. Live stream watching the England game. Yes, they are. They're doing this cool little thing. I actually, ironically, it's funny you mentioned that, James. I got a message from my England guy earlier talking about that exact thing. Basically just being like, hey, don't worry, just because you and Tom aren't involved in this, we are using you for other things. It's just that there's a limit to how many people, which is completely fair. And also, Aaron and Jack were like the players themselves, like the managers, so to speak. Tom and I are just spare parts. And that's totally fine. Like, that makes complete sense. I'm really happy for him. It's awesome. Yeah, it was you. You typed the whole thing out, yeah. It was so good. I honestly cannot remember what it looks like, Chris. Legitimately. It's gone from my brain. I'm still wondering when the video that we recorded last year with England. Don't have it saved. I honestly don't think I do. Legitimately. No, different Aaron. This is Aaron as in, sorry, I always call him Aaron. RDF Tactics. Oh, Bruno lays, but does he? Bruno do be laying. Right, how do I triage this normally? We go agent office first. Oh, one dude. Nah, I'm not even going to bother with you. And then it's... wow, there's barely any agent office in there at all. Yeah, it's not Aaron. He's a very different flavour of Aaron, but a wonderful flavour nevertheless. There's 3 agent offers as well. That's those guys here. Anthony Chacon. I actually can't remember. Aaron did tell me. I believe it's something to do with his kids' names. I forget, so I might be wrong about that, but I believe that's where the RDF tactics part comes from. Yes, totally. I'm excited for you guys to finally see that video at some point, because it was incredibly fun to film. Particularly if you know who we were filming with. But it was, yeah, at some point we will get there. Real Digital Football. I don't believe that's his kids' names, no. Donald and Ford. Tell you what, Tommy Chalupa. Oh, God, you know what, he's kind of the guy that I would retrain to play that number 10 role. Oh, the fact that they only paid 50k for him is disgusting. Right. What we're saying on potential, we'll just get rid of all the crappy potentials, no matter who they are, unfortunately. There was a lot of Andorra dudes in there as well. I love being able to be this picky this early in the save, because we can just get rid of half these reports every single time, pretty much. Then send around anyone again. Marginal. Ooh, that's that guy we looked at before. Nice to see. And now we're left with these guys. Anyone with high CA, like Alvaro Benito. Oh, he's quite... Anyone that's super old? No, really? Is there I think he's Romanian. Marcus Falub here, playing for Ararat. I love saying their name. Armenia. We'll have a look at him in a minute. All because everyone's like fully scouted here. So let's just have a little gander. Alvaro Benito. So many ball midfielders knocking about. Like, he's really good, but it's just not a position we need right now. Lone fly player and ban. Tough to say. Depends on the stage, right? Because right now he would totally not be, of course. 19-year-old at Olympiacos. I think I've looked at FT shifts, right? £9 million is obviously way out of our price range. So let me just get rid of a few of the crazy expensive dudes. There's an Andorran goalkeeper here called Jaime Benito as well. Ah, this was the guy at Ludogorets, the Spanish dude. Yeah, he's just not that good. Is this it? That's the one. Ah, yes, I remember now. So I'm trying to remember the logic. Better CM, maybe. A better CM than Lima is not... We're not going to be able to sign a better CM than Lima. And we do have a backup for him, which is Björkström, but he's young. But... And anyone we sign right now wouldn't join us till January anyway, so it's kind of a bit of a moot point. Like, any of these players we're looking at just for the future. Lima is amazing. For something about him in the top flight this year has just popped off. I realize you can't actually see it, can you? Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so this is it. If I recall, my logic to building this tactic... Better backup, but like I said, Björkström is the backup. He's just young. You can't have a backup that is as good as the starter, because if you do, the backup is not going to want to be a backup. That's the problem. Like, you can't have it both ways. If your backup is as good as your starter, they're not a backup anymore, and they're going to want to play, and they're going to demand playing time that is equal to the quality they possess, right? It's very, very difficult to find a good player who's going to accept being a lower down the pecking order. Yeah, the idea with this tactic for me was... I believe to just play every single type of playmaker in a tactic. And boy, did it be making plays. Did I actually have... Oh, yeah, that was the Bisp... I don't know why I sounded South African there. The Bispiraberi. That's Australian now, Matt. Distributor playmaker. And we move. Yeah. RPM. I believe RPM does sound fun, though. Just makes him sound fast for absolutely no reason. Like, he'd be Speedy Boy while he'd be roaming. So it's Jaime Benito, a DLP and an... I should have put the DLP in there, really, shouldn't I? Pablo Pozzo. I guess it's Pozo, actually, isn't it? FC Andorra do be doing bits. This guy here is intriguing. Way too expensive for us, but damn. Sophocleos we've looked at before, I think. Just not quite got the physicals. Lots of caps, though. Karl Schroeder. I was going to say, he sounds a little bit German. Ah, he's a Bayern youth prospect. Okay, well, was. A guy called Georgiev. Always a concern of mine. Oh, I tell you what. He's fun. He's like a... The thing is, right, Tommel didn't cost us that much more than this dude. I'm still going to shortlist him because he's fun and intriguing. All right, I've got to look at Melendez. Yeah, he's a bit exceptional. But doesn't like big matches. At this stage, 6'1" is fun. But honestly, Tommel for me... I don't know. Oh, he's a youth poach one. Nikola Gergov, too. Oh, wow. With us all that, I just expected him to be much better than that. Yeah, Bulgaria is a really fun place. I find Bulgarian, you do sometimes have to pay a bit of a premium sometimes. Another Georgiev here. Oh, dear. You definitely do have to pay a premium sometimes. You can occasionally in Bulgaria, you'll get like the random guy that's like 150k and it's like a release clause. But then they'll also want like 2 to 3 million for players sometimes. So you got to kind of pick and choose. Like this, oh no, that's a bad example actually. Anyone here really standing out to me? Gaidosh? Really good balance on him. They're just sort of fine, but not like, this guy's a game changer. Now here, I think I've looked at Brankovic before, haven't I? I definitely did. He's a fun player, but he just doesn't quite suit our style of play. I mean, he is a false 9. But as a shadow striker, he kind of just lacks the speed. I think he's better used elsewhere. Anyone else that's... Let me just sort by abilities. This is the guy, Falub. 12 jumping reach, 5 foot 10. Like, he's a good player, and he's fun for the kind of price that he's at. Major Leagues, I don't know, Pappy, but in FM, you pretty much in every save will have a couple of Bulgarian Wunderkind, like proper worldies. It's rarely ever I have a save that goes by where I don't get at least a couple of dudes out of... I am a full-on pace merchant in this tactic for certain positions now. And I think that's the reason we've been so successful, because I've been focusing more on players that are pure match engine than... And it's probably more just that our tactic relies on... Some of the roles that we use are a little bit more match engine specific. And we do have to be a bit more picky. Usually I just look at a guy like that and be like, hey, he's actually damn good. To be fair, he's legitimately okay, but he just lacks the physicals. And he's 21. Like, he's 18 and we sign him probably because he's got the room to grow. We're probably finding good Polish players. I feel like that's... I used to be able to get good Polish players constantly. It does feel like they're a bit more few and far between than they used to be. But you'll always get a random dude from Legia or Lech, usually, knocking about. Noah's Ark story. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Noah's Ark story, honestly. Honestly, the thing is, James, right? With him being 21, if he was going to develop that much more physically, we'd have seen it by now. And I just don't think he has the elite level physicals that you need to be successful. I prefer to... Physicals are harder to train in FM. Mets have actually completed their takeover. So I try to find guys with the physicals that I want for the position. And then like a couple of untrainable... technical ability and a bit of mentors, and then like I'll happily sign a guy with terrible positioning and marking because it's such an easy thing to improve on a defensive player. But if they've got poor tackling, I can't do much with them if they're a defensive player. I don't want a guy with 6 tackling unless Valverde. Like I don't want to sign a centre back with 6 tackling because that's at best going to go up to 8 by the end of his career, and that's not elite level attributes. Whereas if I find a guy that's got like 6 marking, I could get that up to 15 by the time the dude's 23. Probably. So I think that's kind of the logic I use when it comes to signing players. It's the same with guys that have poor composure decisions and stuff like that. Attacking movement and final third are so easy to train and give you really good results with Aaron's training schedules that's just how I go for it. 200 PA. That's insanely high, actually. A few more oh, hang on. There's more trials that need to be re-extended, don't they? Some of them I'm feeling we may just end up having to, like... The problem is with them... They... which one is it? Is it that one? Nope, that's not it either, is it? I think it's just general... No, it's... I think it's James's one, right? Yeah. Either way, that's the one I'll do for now. They're just not being picked up. And I can't afford for them to be at a club for too long because they will just straight up retire. That's the issue. I think pretty soon I'm going to have to start... Then again, some of you did eventually end up getting clubs. Eventually. Yes, decent tackling and heading you kind of can train, but not as easily. It's still not great. The one you can get up is marking. If you find a guy with good heading and good tackling, you're in the luck. Because the marking is so easy to train. Basically, anything that gets hit by the individual focus of defensive positioning, attacking movement, or final third, you're good to go. Provided they've got like the right level of professionalism, decent PA to actually move into. Obviously, a player that's kind of maxing themselves out is never going to get that much better there. God, I wish they just put bids in on these dudes. Record winless run. Are they actually? God damn. That must be quite... Then again, I suppose it's probably not that large because if you think about it, they've actually the only league seasons they would have done would have been the ones under us and then the ones after that where they got relegated. So it's probably not that high. But I am kind of curious now. Oh, they're in the top flight. That's why. So no wins yet. Good work rate, help with training. Work rate, as far as I know, has got nothing to do with their training. Okay, so they haven't won a game yet this season in the league. That's been their biggest issue. Looking like getting relegated again. But yeah, work rate, as far as I know, isn't likely to affect them from their training stuff. Work rate is more of an in-match type of thing. So there's certain roles that I really want high work rate on. If I'm looking at like fullbacks and wingback type of guys, I like it, but it's not a complete prerequisite. But for the ball-winning midfielder support role that I use in a lot of tactics this year, because I've just found it to be incredibly powerful, I need 14 or more, really.
Cooper, take
because
off the poke.
whenever we've had a player in that role that doesn't have the work rate, like think how much we kind of struggled a little bit until we got Gert Gillet. And even he didn't have amazing work rate, did he? Or was it like 4? It was like bare minimum kind of thing with him. But if you get a guy with 16 work, it's one of the reasons that Steiny is so useful, because he does have the work rate, as far as I know, for that role. Cammy Sneeshot. God, I've done it. I've buggered it up. Thank you very much for the follow, though. I appreciate that. Hope you're well. Get that knocked in there. Cool. We've got a few emails to respond to, actually. That money is hemorrhaging a little bit. We could do with a bit of cut progression again. Manager of the month. Marco Silva. I mean, they did win every game. I won Manager of the Month the first month, though. So, that's something. But yeah, I think Marco probably did deserve it that year. That being said, we did also have a 100% win rate, but he won one more game than we did. So essentially, he's got it by virtue of the fact that their game was rescheduled. Ghost Asbjörn, thank you very much for the follow. It's weird, actually, that despite the fact that this particular international break in Portugal seems longer than normal. Because wasn't Silva from... Actually, was he training Sporting or was he training Benfica? He was Benfica manager, right? Yeah. But it is surprising to see him be Benfica manager after all this time. I mean, he's been around a little bit, obviously at Fulham. Not for very long, in fact. A couple of years at West Ham, a couple of years at Celtic. He's been at Benfica now for 2 years. How do you ask for more transfer revenue? It rarely works, but if the board actually have the money available to them... Imagine being very disappointed with us when we're top of the Portuguese league in our first season in promotion. Absolutely wild nonsense. So you go into here and you go into finance and you'll see an option in there that will say increase transfer budget. Oh, transfer revenue. Sorry, is that what you mean? Or do you mean the other one? Because the other one you sometimes have to ask for is... where's it gone? And I think that is in there as well, but obviously I can't select it. If you mean the thing about the percentage of transfer revenue, I have 100% right now, so I can't show you how to do it, but it'll be in the same sect. Rather upset. Yeah, I know, but it's bullshit. Firstly, why have they got these stupid board cultures? Basically, one of the dumber things I've noticed in FM over the last couple of seasons, years of playing the game, is these stupid board culture things where you'll get promoted to the top flight and they put in a random board culture thing. It's like, why? Why are you doing that? As if they could be upset about it. Like, why would we play direct football when the very reason we're in the top flight is because of the football we play? Like, it would make a bit more sense to me if they mimicked the type of play that you're playing when you're successful. If they said, right, you were successful doing this, we want to see you play more like that. Makes sense. But it's so silly that they're like, whoa, you're top of the Portuguese Premier Division as a newly promoted side, but we're upset because you're not playing Route 1. It's silliness. Then again, silliness does exist with the boards, right? Steinmetz happy to stay, baby. There we go. I know, it's sort of... Isn't that kind of anti-Portuguese in a way? Like, that's how they should be playing. We want to be playing nice, fancy football. Steiny looking good. Yeah. Although, I must admit, it does also have the same problem as, like, you'll get promoted playing a certain way into a much, much tougher league, and then they're surprised when you start to play more defensively because you have to, like, not concede 7 goals a game. There's no question today for me. Ref fell over and they went to score it from... Oh, my God. I know. I haven't actually seen the clip yet because I haven't had a chance to watch the highlights of the game last night. All I know is, what on earth? Like, I listened to DMVR this morning and they were raging about it because we had like 13... I mean, like, Wall played an absolute monster game. Like 38 saves is insane. But how on earth did we not win that? But what I would say is, I think it's the end of our point streak. We've been on a 9-game point streak. We're playing some fucking good hockey. Just one of those days, right? Something Tony Khan would do. Oh, here's a fun one. I was watching the Fulham game against Spurs of the weekend. The commentator seemed to not have any clue about Fulham. And by that, I mean, he kept referring to Shahid Khan, our owner, as Tony Khan whenever he was shown in the crowd. Not just that, he also said that Fulham hadn't beaten Spurs at Craven Cottage for like 9 years when we literally beat them their last season. Twice. I don't know, he seemed to have no clue of his, like, of the teams he was watching. Normally that sort of stuff doesn't affect me, and I don't notice it so much, but it was so glaring that, yeah. Meant to stop the game. No, it's just one of those things. It's just a really bad bit of puck luck, unfortunately. I'm content with we lost the game, but we're not going to catch Dallas realistically. 4 points behind them, 2 games in hand for them. We ain't catching them. So we just need to consolidate third place in the division. And I was pleased with how we played against Dallas. I think that's the crucial thing for me, is that was like a pre-playoff little matchup, and I really liked how we played in that game. So I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, we're in third place in our division, so we'll be in the playoffs. Minnesota aren't catching us now. They've got too many injuries. I just can't believe how well this team is playing. Like, we will lose today. We'll go on a nice little run of that because we've still got to play some really tough sides like your Bragas, who admittedly are kind of naff this season, but we've still got to play Sporting. We've got to play Benfica, who are the ones I think really will rinse us. The set pieces one. Yes. The other thing, Phidias, which is hilarious, and this just shows you how weirdly coded FM is. Even if you're scoring loads of goals from set pieces, you can still fail the make the most of set pieces one, because what they're actually judging you on isn't how many goals you score from set pieces, but whether you've got makes most of... whether you have play for set pieces turn on in your tactic. At one point, I was managing a team. I can't remember where it was. I think it might have been a Beaconsfield test I did, where we scored like 17 goals from set pieces in that season and led the league by like double, and the board were unhappy with it because I wasn't specifically trying to. So just call it off. Get the cup parade started now. Tom wasn't one that friendly. Hello, Shane. How's it going, man? Fact sheet hadn't been updated, maybe, but like that's just like a little bit unprofessional to not have that information. Like most commentators, I love watching those like day in a life of commentators, because you see those wonderful books that they've got. I think I watched one with Sam Matterface where he was showing this giant like book that he has that, I just got cramp in my foot, that has all of the stuff like color code. It's so sick. I feel like there's a special type that has to be a commentator, right, for that exact type of stuff. I'm seeing that and going, that's the sort of thing I would do. Speaking of, there is a particular commentator as well that does my fruiting just because of the sound of his voice, which I realise is ironic coming from someone that speaks like this. But I can't remember his name, but if I describe his voice to you, you'll know exactly who I mean. He's the guy that sounds like he's yelling into a desk fan. I can't remember the guy's name, but there's just something about his voice that grates on me. In first place in the league. I will also run 5k today. You love to see it, Tone. I'm excited for that because I suspect that might end up I actually don't think it will. I think we'll have a little bad spell and Benfica are just really good. Ex-footballers, rarely ever are the commentators ex-footballers, right? Are there any ex-footballers that are actually commentators? Like a decent level of football. One German reach, one headers, one corners, you still achieve most of the pieces. Yeah, if you just turn that on. I could just send it now. Ali McCoy, he doesn't do comms though, is he? He's more the colour kind of guy. He's not the actual commentator most of the time, right? I feel like there's very two different types of thing, like a colour commentator and the actual commentator themselves have very different jobs. Neville and Carragher aren't commentators either, though, are they? They are the colour commentary. It's not really the same thing. It's a very different, like the guy that is actually the main primary guy or girl. Speak really fast sometimes. I know, viewer. Ray Hudson. That could be one, actually. What makes you a footballer? Probably playing professional football, I guess. It makes sense that they wouldn't be, because I think commentating, the actual main job of commentating is a lot more difficult than doing the sort of colour commentary stuff, right? Most of the colour commentators are always ex-pros, which makes total sense, right? You can poach youth players from other teams, Sean, but it happens so unbelievably rarely. To give you an idea, since they implemented that system in the game, it has happened to me a grand total of once. And I can't even remember who it was. He's got 3 years left on his deal. I don't know if I really want... Can't afford to offer... Mutually beneficial. It would, but no. You've got 3 years left on your deal. Get over it. Sounds so biased. I don't really find the commentators biased a lot of the time. It's usually the co-coms that are notoriously biased sometimes, to the point where it's like comical. It's the reason I have a real hatred of Keith Andrews. It's really specific hatred, but there you go. Something's incoming. I'm guessing it's a prime. I'm assuming it has to be. Try so hard to make everything the most dramatic ever. Is that the guy that does... Yeah, I can't remember who it is. There's a commentator that does a lot of the highlights that he sounds like he's yelling into a desk fan. His voice has this weird sort of vibrato to it, but like a very... it's almost like a staccato vibrato. It's hard to explain, but it's tough to listen to. They have a bias. Yeah, I mean, I understand why they'd have them as like punditry, but I find it is a bit weird where they're on like co-coms. That can be a bit annoying, especially when your team is the other team. Romero's gonna wait, really? Annoying, but if he's playing football and he's going to develop, I'm okay with paying that kind of wage. We do still have a decent amount of wage budget available. Ooh. Hello. Wow, 10 whole pounds? Wait, hang on. 10% of profit from next sale. I think we just take the money. I don't think it's very likely that anything's going to happen there. Yeah, Keith Andrews used to always be on the TSN broadcasts. Whenever Fulham were playing, for some reason, he was always the co-commentator on TSN's broadcast of Fulham games. He's actually a manager right now, or rather I think that's brand new, isn't it? Because we looked him up before, and he was definitely still playing for Oxford. But he was appalling to listen to. I don't know what he had. It's the only commentator I've ever felt like was actually genuinely anti-Fulham. Because, like, how can you be anti-Fulham? Who doesn't like cheese and Victoria Sponge and Prosecco? Like, it's maybe not Prosecco, but like, still. Yeah, that's Cameron Brannigan. He's a very poor assistant coach. But he's only brand new to the job, so he may get a job relatively soon. There's always going to be biases. It's like when referees say that, no, I'll keep set piece coach. Of course he's joined Brentford. Need I say more? He's taken the mask off now. I'll actually refund your points for that, because it wasn't a show. I am anti-Fulham. I mean, yeah, you have every right to be anti-Fulham. Be a bit weird if you weren't, really. But we can all agree that we're anti-QPR, and that's fine. Jonathan Pierce. No, I love a bit of Jonathan Pierce, mostly because he reminds me of Robot Wars. Everything for me sounds better with Jonathan Pierce commentary. The guy that I'm talking about does do Premier League games sometimes when I'm watching like the Sky 3-minute highlights because of my attention span. I actually can't remember the last time I watched Match of the Day. Cortinias. Ooh, the doorbell's just rung. I wonder what that is. I'm curious now. Who's our main rivals? I don't know. Like, I think I think at this point, Fulham and Brentford would say that they are each other's main rivals at the moment, because like neither of us really care that much about Chelsea, and the games between Fulham and Brentford are quite fun. Like, for the time, I think it depends, right? How often you're playing each other. Because Fulham and Brentford went years without playing, because Brentford were in League One and Fulham were in the Premier League for such a long time. And we finally started playing each other in the Championship and now the Premier League. It's been more fun. They're suffering enough already. I know, but they just need me to stick the boot in. That's what I'm here for. I'm a boot sticker. It's a scam caller again. I kind of want to know who it is. Pog, I don't know if you've got the stream or anything, but who's out of the door? Yeah, basically, Stu, because like, unless you care about the analysis, and I really don't care about their analysis, because a lot of the time it's just quite surface level anyway. Must be a Matt thing. It could be. I'm gonna fill in that referral form later today, I promise. Hit the Discord Razor. I was more of a Chaos 2 man, actually. Now that I think about it. Oh, what was the one that was furry? There was one that had like a fabric on the outside, and it was a really bad design because it always caught fire. It's the Toilet Rock Man. He's back. The Doctor's back in town. He's come to claim his rocks. Damn. Note to self, don't get an early red card against Melicao. Diotor. Yes. Good stuff. That was right. I think I remember it being called Nemesis. Part of my routine. I don't have the patience to watch it most of the time. I wait until the highlights come out at like 5 o'clock, bang those on. Pog calls them my diddle-diddle-diddles, even though that isn't the start of the highlight anymore. It just goes... Robot Wars chat. Oh, that's... I think every couple of weeks we'll generally get some kind of Robot Wars chat going. With FM, the crowd noise playing. It's not a bad idea, honestly. Oh, no, this is the one with the... Sorry, my apologies. I've written good man for a start, because he's got the really odd spelling, hasn't he? I've never seen that spelling. It's Tyler Goo Dr. Ham. Wasn't after I got worried. He's come to do like a mental health check on me, which is understandable. I'm a flaky boy. But I did reply to loads of messages yesterday, I'll have you know. Took all day to break through the procrastination cycle, but I did have some delicious sourdough toast. Which again was part of the procrastination cycle because it involved me having to go to Tesco's to get the sourdough bread. Absolute ghost. Yeah, Robot Wars was the king. Did anyone have the Game Boy Advanced Robot Wars game? Might have even been Game Boy Color now I think about it. It was sick. Robot Wars and Monster Jam. I'm not familiar with that. Hang on. Wait, did Ilana? I didn't even see you put that in chat. Yeah, it was Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. It had like Sir Killalot on the front of it. I think I had, just based on the size of the game cartridge, I think I had the Game Boy Color version. Oh, Monster Trucks. Oh, I love me some Monster Trucks. There used to be this. I think it still exists actually. It was called Truckfest. I think it used to take place in Peterborough. But I remember my parents, because I was proper into lorries as a kid. Lorries and trains, man. Make your own robot on it. Yeah, fucking amazing. So it live, that's amazing. And this is, I'll tell you what, this is the reason we ended up talking about Robot Wars last time, because I brought up how a lot of men my age, their first crush was Philippa Forrester. And that's how we got to talking about Robot Wars. I've just remembered how we ended up on the topic last time. Ethan Pye. Why do I recognise that name? Did he play for Brentford at some point? Or oh, no, that's Ethan Pinnock, isn't it? Ethan Pye. Plays for TNS. He's been around a little bit. I was trying to think if I had him at Stockport, but I didn't, did I? I am 65, it's true. Matt was into... I was. As a child, massively. See, look, a load of you have just gone, damn, yeah, actually that makes total sense. Yeah, I was... like, I remember once when I was 4, I think, my parents took me to... We went to Florida. It's the only time I've ever been to the States. Disney World or Disneyland. I forget which one is in Florida. And they ended up driving like 3 hours up to, I think it was in Clearwater, to this model train museum. And I was just like way more interested in that than I was in the Disney stuff, honestly. And then I got impetigo. So I spent most of that trip having impetigo, which was fun. So yeah, he's actually just left Stockport County and now plays for TNS, which means he's actually playing against our former side this year, and shows you the gap in quality between TNS and our former side, because they're having these kind of guys join them. Hey, no, fair enough. The weird thing is, I sort of lost interest in trains, and you'd think I wouldn't have done, but I did. But it's the sort of thing that I can totally appreciate how you could enjoy it. Same with planes as well. I had a great time when Pog and I went to Duxford Airport last month actually, for Valentine's. That's what Pog and I did on Valentine's Day. We went to the Imperial War Museum at Duxford, and it is fire. Would highly recommend it. Right. Do I bring Carpy back, or does Steiny keep his spot? I think Steiny stays, but we bring back Ericsson Lima, obviously, because he's just popped off this season. Anyone else to come back into the team? Kind of no. Duxford with an X. It's just outside Cambridge. Truxford, Lincolnshire, that might be where it was. I think it was in Peterborough the time I went. Planes spreadsheet. I know, Doc Paul. It's almost as if I really do need to go to that appointment. Crazy, isn't it? Twitter nonetheless. I think what it is, it's just that people with similar interests, even if they are, I suspect that maybe there's like a personality trait that goes along with it, and you're sort of drawn together, even if you don't realise you have those interests. The amount of times I'll meet with a person, click, and then we find out afterwards that we have a lot of those same kind of interests, like Patrick, for example. RAF Museum in London. I haven't. I really do want to go back to the proper Imperial War Museum. And yeah, the American hangar Dodster was fucking fantastic. They actually have an SR-71 Blackbird in there. And the best part is, there's no, like, information tab on it at all. Like, we couldn't find the information plate for it, and I was just like, I like this joke here. Any good museums? As far as museums, yeah, there's a B-52 in there too. Like Lancaster Bombers, it's fucking amazing. If you're into that kind of stuff, which I am. Because Pog loves it too, because she loves reading all the plaques and stuff. She's a proper like museum-y person. But yeah, the only museums we've got here, there's actually literally the Ely Museum, and then there's Oliver Cromwell's house as well, but there's not a lot on that kind of stuff. Like, if you're coming here for the day, which I would genuinely highly recommend, if you're ever in this area, you can definitely get a day here, because of the market is fantastic, the riverside is great with all the pubs and cafes. It's just a beautiful city, honestly, particularly on a day like today. It's glorious. Would highly recommend it for the day. Ely have a castle. So, because the city is so old, the cathedral's been here since the 5th century, there is sort of some remnants of what I believe is an old castle or city wall, but it's not like anything present anymore. So it sort of did. Cambridge, I think maybe I'm just jaded to Cambridge, just because obviously I spent so much time there over the years. So I actually, and obviously I'm completely reformed now, full on Ely nationalist me. I don't need to leave, you know? Bad at social cues. No, I would never. I am terrible at those. Both of those things. The amount of times I'll come away from a social event, having had a good time, and then spend the entire time going to Pog. Do you think people liked me? Did I actually make a good impression or not? Where me then? Ely. Early experiences shape our passions later in life. Saw my neighbour's mum sunbathing topless when I was young and have a real thing for Mills. Millennium, you're not in Fountains of Wayne, are you, by any chance? Her name wasn't Stacey, was it? The Ely Defence League. Nothing needs defending. We're on top of a hill. Come at me, bro. Great minds there, Andrew. We're losing a game, by the way. How's that allowed? Yeah. It gets pretty busy on a Saturday. It's because basically the whole city has free parking and there's a lot of car parks, but it does get very, very busy with a lot of tourists on the weekends, which makes sense, right? Because it is gorgeous. But obviously it doesn't matter to me because I don't have to park in the city. I can just walk down. Not that I'd be able to get parked anyway. It's in Metropolis. Oh, it is, yes. What video that was, by the way. I'm a little bit disappointed we're losing a game. Which shows the level we're at now, if I can be disappointed at us losing a single game, given that we've not lost a league game yet this season. That's a good interception. I still don't think we lose this game, though. This is what Wu does. It's a poor pass, actually, from the man with great passing, but he just is so much more dynamic. Had to change trains at Ely. Yeah, the station's fairly small. We've only got like 3 platforms, I think. I rarely ever use the train. Oh, slide him in. Chavez Brown. Lucas Jack's through. Oh, he's got to bury that. Because it is we are massive, Misha. To be fair, we've already come from behind in 2 games this season and won them both 3-1, I believe. So I'm not worried yet. Particularly as we've been the better side. Barely. We're actually having the chances. They've literally had 1 shot on it to goal. I'm fully content that we can make a change off the bench and make this team pop. Club's doing with it. I know. Where is it you've moved to now? Oh, you're going to Cooln, aren't you? Which is going to be fun. I actually think you're right, Misha. We probably are going to lose this just because some of the passing we're seeing is a little bit wayward, and that's usually an indication that you're about to lose a game. Because our best pass for the ball has already given the ball away in a couple of... Now, I suppose part of his role is to be somewhat aggressive as far as his passing. So he's obviously going to make a few more mistakes, but I am a little disappointed in him. In fact, I'm a little bit disappointed in a lot of this team. Nobody's really played well in this game other than probably Chavez Brown. We're going to cook, though. Forget the league title's over. Hand it in. Do I go halftime subs? No. You know what? No. We're gonna go on. I'm still got faith, but I think we could be making a double switch here with Oriola and Smates around 60 minutes. I'm feeling it. It's the darkness's fault. Turns out they did in fact not believe in a thing called love. Yeah, I saw basically none of... I was literally in Liverpool for a week and I saw absolutely none of it outside of Albert Dock. Because... got to the station, and Jack and I were picked up in separate cars, despite arriving together on the train, which is the most over-the-top thing I've ever seen. And my hotel was like 2-minute walk to the arena. So, oh, that's going to be a red card, isn't it? Shit. I was just about to take Chavez. Bloody hell. Well, this game is not going well. Might just leave it as it is. It wasn't far off of that, Inferno. It was like a Mercedes C-Class. And then we sort of got... Yeah, and then we were just in that exact same place for the entire week, pretty much. Hello, Pog. Who was out of the door?
Sheen.
Sorry?
My cargoes.
Oh, it's Sheen. Okay.
And I don't like them.
Don't like them?
Too short.
Too short? Yeah, it's given...
They're so short.
It's given, like...
If they were longer, I'd be alright. But they're so short.
I'm getting... I realise, chat, this is not helpful for video content here.
Chat.
It's giving Avril Lavigne album cover.
It is, and I don't like them. I don't like them this length. So
No, I get it. You open the pack and you're like, fuck, so much for my happy ending. And yeah, so we move. Let's get Oriola on as. Oh no, he's coming on already, isn't he? We'll do Smatesy there. Pog's boyfriend came by. Yeah, the Sheen man.
Yeah, he just threw it on the floor and walked off. By the way.
Oh yeah, they'll do that.
No, that's better safe before.
Pog rule Lavigne. It's always Sven time, but it does feel very Sven time right now. Yeah, that's fair. Steiny off for Carpio. Yes, Pog?
I like the Sheen. I looked at the inseam length. A lot of them are short.
Yeah, I don't know.
Get longer length.
Oh yeah, nothing wrong with Avril. Absolutely not. Stretch out OTR. Yeah, you don't want it to go too quickly. Then I have to think of another save idea. Makes sense. I think there's definitely a... my man, no, he's not here today. There's definitely... We're losing anyway. Fuck it. Let's just go for it. Is that your reason your chair is in the other room? There isn't actually any chairs in the other room. Not room for it anyway. Separate cars. Yeah, it was very strange. Because literally Jack and I walked out of the station together and then we were met by multiple... I suppose it's just that they didn't know that we were like mates, I guess. But yeah, we were expecting one car to pick us up, but that didn't happen, as we nearly considered another one. On the way back, they did actually take us in the same car. So there's that. Avid as a clone. I did see something about that, yeah. Either way, I enjoy her music. So as you guys, yeah. No. I mean, so basically, the furthest I went away from the arena that entire week was when we went out on... You know when Aaron and I won our group and that? So that would have been the Saturday night, I think. We went out down on... Because there's some nice restaurants down by the dock. So we went out down there and we found this really nice pizza restaurant. And it was so cheap. I say so cheap. For like 7 of us to have a meal with alcohol as well, it was like 190 quid for 7 people, which I thought was pretty fucking good, honestly, considering we ordered quite a lot of food. And this was, down at the docks. Oh, go on. No fucking way. We're level. 90th minute, Ericsson Lima's back, baby. It's 1-1. Come on. Clone me. There isn't enough fat in the world, Misha. Hojo was like, yeah. It was, it wasn't even that far to walk, but they insisted on picking us up, and we just like, hey, we're going with the flow, right? But, yeah, really good pizza restaurant. Really enjoyed it. I mean, it might just be because I was so tired and I hadn't eaten all day, and it was like 10:30 at night when we got there. $38. No way. Hype train got out of nothing. Yeah, I've just noticed this, actually, Andrew. You're absolutely spot on. Hype train complete at level 1, 0%. Your community gifted a total of 0 subs and 0 bits. So why did it trigger a hype train when nobody... That is the weirdest one so far. Unless it's a prime that is so delayed that the 5-minute timer on the hype train expired. But one thing can't trigger a hype train. I don't know. That was the weirdest one so far. That's a great result for us, by the way. Ericsson Lima bailing us out in the 90th minute. What a shit community. I know. Ghost prime train. Oh, dear. I know. Horrible community. Useless. Never get any gifted subs, he says, looking at the fucking giant generosity from last Thursday. Also, shout out to the volleys on some of the comments on that were incredibly overwhelmingly nice as well. Nearly made me tear up a little bit watching those as well. Guilt Trim is low key. Oh, it's high key. You do need 3 contributions, yes. At least they changed it, because it used to be 3 independent activities, which means that someone could gift like 50 subs and it wouldn't trigger a hype train, but now that would trigger a hype train because it would count each one individually as part of it, I believe. Might have been mine. Maybe. But it still hasn't come through yet. You bribed me into a 7-hour stream. Honestly, I owed you more than that, let's be honest. That was one of the craziest streams I've ever had, and I still can't really get my head around it, honestly. Hello, Fry. How's it going, man? Brown being suspended is not ideal. It's also not the first time he's been suspended, is it? Robert didn't know how to cry. Oh, believe me, mate, I do. When I think about stuff like that, I fully get teary. Was it just everybody drawing? Except for Porto. We're still top, though. But Benfica will overtake us with their win, inevitably. But we're doing okay. Like, no defeats in our first 9 games is pretty solid. Where's my boys at? Digital Pogana. Nah, honestly, we went to Tesco and in a way it was actually kind of better that time of night because it seems like they'd restocked a load of stuff. The only thing we couldn't get was some fresh bread because obviously everyone had already taken it by that point. Which is why I went down at midday yesterday and grabbed myself that sourdough loaf and it was fit, mate, let me tell you. Random actions and drinks. Have you seen... I saw it on Suzy. It's like a thing that lets you pick different ones of those match engines. You can sort of swap and change them and adjust stuff yourself in them, which look kind of cool. I think there's some potential in videos there where you just create crazy stuff. Yeah, Thurlow Nunn, they're like a local company, basically. Come straight through. I believe so, yes. They're pretty instant. They don't count as part of hype trains either, though. Twitch doesn't include them because you're not giving them any money. None. Not yet, mate, not yet. They've got the name of the stadium wrong and everything. It's pretty cool. Tango Strawberry Smash. Ooh, okay, that sounds intriguing. I haven't heard of that. One thing I do have, though, in the fridge, this might be for some of you Fanta enjoyers, I've got an 8-pack of Fruit Twist, and I haven't had Fruit Twist in a very, very long time, so I'm really looking forward to having some Fruit Twist today. Probably should drink a bit more. I know, but technically that isn't even the name of the ground. It's called the Demcom, because that's their main sponsor that kind of sponsors everything. Fruit Twist is fine. Yeah, we still haven't lost, but we have drawn a couple of games. Is there a pattern emerging, perhaps? So we won 2, drew 1. Did we actually win 5 in a row? 1, 5. Maybe we win 7 in a row after this? Although we do have a cup game coming up next, which is going to be an absolute battering. Hopefully. bulk of the card. Oh, absolutely. No, I've noticed that. I assume this is the reason we've seen more people joining the Patreon lately as well, because it can't be because of my good YouTube content. Let's be honest. But I really do appreciate it. But yeah, like with Twitch, they do take a very large cut. I do get a better cut than I used to. I'm finally at least on the 60-40 split now with Twitch because I'm like a tier 2 partner. But, oh, shout out Rio Arv. We're still top chat. They've done us a massive favour there. Evan Nilsson is kind of killing it this season, as is this guy, Benjamin Huerta. Probably part of that result there for them, actually. It's going very well, Thomas. I'm still a little bit in shock. We're 9 games in and haven't lost a game yet. And we won't be losing one this round either because we're playing against the team in the 5th division. It's the kind of game where the lads could pop off a little bit. And we do need to see a little bit out of my boy. Good looks and sexual energy. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe the second part, perhaps. Not about the good looks. I'm trying. I'm going to be a buff boy by the summer. You know it, chat. Fishpot are going to get absolutely wrecked, yeah, for sure. They've just been waiting for us. Casapia could actually get pretty close with a little dubby, which they're not going to because they've drawn again. It does help that the other teams are kind of falling all over each other currently anyway, which is helping us sort of scarper away. Like, in fairness, we're... Actually, let me use the proper data hub. I'm pretty certain we're above... What the fuck? Like, we've overperformed our XG by 6 and underperformed our XGA by 1, and we're plus 8. Like, we're a top 5 quality side so far, which is still pretty good, but we're not top of the league good. Like, once we've played Porto and Benfica and Sporting a few times, we'll definitely get put back in our place. I definitely do need to get some new running shoes. Mine are so... I've got way too many miles on it. Pay. Did I say pay? The ultimate Freudian slip there. Want to tell us something? No. Probably should do a little look up here, actually. On morale and low reputation for the promotion. Oh, it totally does. It's because teams... That's why when people say, oh, my tactics stopped working, how are people learning my tactic? And it isn't obviously that. The reason that it's stopped working is because your reputation has grown, so teams are handling you slightly differently. Teams that before would have been really aggressive against you and left loads of gaps suddenly start playing a more conservative game style, and that's why it feels different. I reckon that even if we have an absolutely monstrous year this year and manage to get top 5, which I think is on the cards, hopefully one of the main lot win the cup, so that's sort of off the table. Next year would be very tough unless we were able to strengthen the squad a lot. But, you know, getting European football would be genuinely insane, given where we've come from, right? Although, it's starting to get a little... We're still 6 points above Porto at this point. Sporting at this rate are the ones I'm worried about. Because Sozzle, they'll go and win the cup or something and we'll come 5th. I love that Ben Brereton Diaz is playing for Braga in this save and has been for quite some time. And actually has a pretty good... He's nearly got 69 goals for them, in fact. One away from the goodness. Oh. I turned off a load more leagues as well. They haven't actually come... They've not actually turned off yet, but it will definitely speed things up next season for us. Like, I turned up a nice chunk. Even a few countries. I can't remember exactly who, but like a good amount. Yeah, there's prize money in the top flight. I think there was prize money last year as well. It just wasn't a lot. Actually, we'll have a look. I don't think there's a lot of prize money. Like, any good money we get is not going to come from prize money, I suspect. Oh, wait. Hang on, wait. Actually, no, I'm not sure there is. Surely there's prize money, right? Is there no prize money? Maybe it just doesn't... Oh, that's concerning. That's mental that there's no prize... Hang on, is this a case of where there isn't actually prize money, or FM's just lazy enough to not code it properly? I'm excellent at FM console, like, genuinely. A little bit tired of standing up now, but that's okay. It's the League Cup. That's so weird. Why is there no prize money for the league? You think of all places, that would be like the one that would contain the most prize money. No, in real life. Wow. They need to sort that shit out. Surely there's enough money. I mean, not that it's like there's huge amounts of money flowing around outside of the big clubs, but even so, that must make it really difficult to compete. Not that I suppose the big clubs would want anyone else trying to compete with them, right? Let me just have a little check in on the scouts as well. If I could eventually click the right button. Players orange. Thank you, FM console. I appreciate that. TV money in attendance is like, yeah, but the TV money we were looking at wasn't particularly large itself either. There's an Ivorian dude at Norgeland here. That means he'll get released in a couple of years. We can have him for free. There's also another dude here. Lasse Jensen. Although he won't be so much of an issue. It's the Ivorian dude that's probably going to get released randomly, isn't he? Not that he's that good either, actually. Still, a lot of usable players in this. My goodness me. Yeah, we'll have all of you. Guy from Greek side. There's also a Haitian dude. Hang on, wait, I've just missed it. The Haitian dude. He's called Pierre Pierre. Holy shit, Jack. Thank you for the 400 bits.
Enjoy the 7-hour VOD. Been enjoying this stream save a lot.
Thank you, man. That's very kind. I know I had a little bit of dip in. I don't know. I felt like there was a few streams when we got to Leixões where I just wasn't on it, and I think that's more just to do with my brain. And the brain's still fucked, but I'm trying to sort of find a way around it. You know, I feel like I'm back now. Standing up is definitely helping. Yeah, Pierre Pierre. Please tell me his middle name. Gross Morn. Doesn't that mean like big? No, morn doesn't mean morning, Matt. Does it? But this is what I was on about when I was saying that the best the best Haitian guys you're going to get is Czech Republic. And this is a prime example of that. Pierre Pierre. And he's called Pierre Pierre. It's like you're playing with the toy gun. Pierre Pierre. See them for progressing. Yes. Because, no, you're absolutely spot on, which is why I feel like Leixões is not the club we have a crack at it. I feel like it's the team before the team we have a crack at it with. But it would be good to actually take them into Europe for a time, right? Whether they move clubs. Maybe, although I feel like we picked up the Serong vibes really fast. Lump of meat power electricity will never make sense to anyone. I guess. But I would really like to try and at least have it working at a slightly bigger capacity. The paralysed and lack of focus and dysfunction this week has been especially bad. Like, I've basically been able to... the only things I've actually been able to accomplish are things that are immediately necessary, right? Next thing we play. Is this the fish butt team? Is that what it actually means in terms of their name? Is that why they've got that badge? Because I'm assuming that Peixe means fish, and I'm guessing Rabo means de bottom. Figured. The old fish butts. Like, yesterday was genuinely astonishing. The fact that... like, I managed to get out and go for a run, but I think it's just because it's the only thing I can do that gives me dopamine at the moment. Means tail. Same thing. We've definitely signed a guy called Peixe, haven't we? In the past. Because we used to call him Pixie. Because it's just what I do. Actually managing in Belgian amateurs. Well, to be fair, we didn't sign that many. I mean, the first season we obviously signed loads of them, but the only ones that actually turned out to be any good was Sven. Which is mad. Centre back at Tromsø. Good man has got the knowledge right there. You should get taxis. Remarkable improvement. Have you? Well, that's always good. Despite your... honestly, his performances have not been great. Like, 11 appearances, 2 goals, 2 assists. He's about fine on the assists, but he does need to be contributing more goals. I'm hoping in time it will come. Or, worst case scenario, we sell him for absolute moon money because he's got a release clause of 22.5 million and we paid 4.6. So, worst case scenario, we quadruple our money on him. But I'm still hoping he can come good. The fact is, he's playing in a team that's winning. This is the exact type of game where I want to give him a run because I think he could fill his boots a little bit. Is there anyone I really want to start here? Do I want to give him a run? You know what? No, this feels like a Sven Smates type of game, actually. Get his fitness levels up a little bit. Steiny definitely gets the go. Maybe do Salcido instead of Diarra for this game as well. Because we should be able to win this one fairly comfortably without too much effort. I'd like to see some of those guys get an opportunity. Just not sure who else, maybe. Maybe even Jose Suarez instead of Chavez Brown. Actually, Chavez Brown will be... yeah, Carpio... no, I want to give Steiny more time. Although Carpio probably does need the fitness level, so you're probably right. And I may as well play Chavez Brown because he's going to be suspended next game anyway. Then again, actually, if he is going to be suspended next game, it would probably make more sense if I played someone like Rosales there. Huggins. No, I don't like Huggins at all. Oriola time. I still want to give Lucas Jackson... I want to keep him in good form. And I feel like the best way to do that is just to keep him scoring goals. Because he's got 9 and 11 so far. And 3 assists. He's averaging a goal contribution... oh, we'll just leave the same number of subs. Oh, right. So they're actually... wait. So these guys are actually from the Azores as well. So we're having a nice little trip here. Leaving some of the lads at home. That would kind of suck, actually. We get to go to the Azores and they're just left at home. As much as I feel like this game is the type of game we should be winning 7 or 8-0, given how well we're playing and how well down the leagues these guys actually are. I love that their bench is only 6 dudes. I get the feeling that we'll end up actually winning this game like 3-1 because it's what we do. That's why I didn't want to weaken the squad too much. But I feel like bringing Smates in is certainly not weakening it. I guarantee you... oh dear. Well, looks like we're going to be playing him anyway. Turns out, yes, in fact, Ben, it is indeed Oriola time. Wait, who? Wait. Oh, that's what it was. I was kicking the wrong guy. Yeah, Oriola's back in. I think that Svenny Boy is going to get us a goal and an assist in this game. Well, it does concern me a little bit. After 14 minutes, we've got one shot. Maybe we're going to grow into the game. That, and they're probably playing quite defensively, and I do wonder if we struggle against teams that set up super defensively as well. Lads, this is actually quite an important game for us to qualify to the next round. Like, this was supposed to be an opportunity for you to fill your boots. If anything, I'm a little bit disgusted that you're not doing that when I specifically requested it. Is a little village... Turn on the tide. Wait, is that like a nearby place? Oh, god damn it, man. Are we going to have to rely on winning this game 1-0? That does concern me slightly. Yes, that's amazing. To be fair, I love that these sort of quirky town names in other countries are always like cool stuff like that, whereas in the UK, it's like, hey, welcome to Little Wallop. There's a town, little village just outside Cambridge called 6 Mile Bottom. My birthplace. No, I'm actually from a town in Norfolk called Serving Cake. As Alveros! Oh my god, it's cleared off the line. Came washed up and everyone became cocaine addicts. I mean, there's a story there and I want to know about it. Welcome to Westwood Ho, innit? Oh my god, it's happened again. And it's smashed in by Woo Sang-ji. 3rd goal of the season for Big Woo. Little Wallop. So basically, Viva, there's this little... This is down in Wiltshire, I think, or Hampshire. It's near Viking, basically down near Salisbury. So we always drive through it on the A38, I think, when we're going down there. There's a set of little villages that have all got something in their name that says Wallop. So it's like Little Wallop, Nether Wallop, Greater Wallop, and there's a collection of them. And when you see it on the signs, it will just say The Wallops. Tremendous. What about the Lizard? That feels like it's in Cornwall, but that might just be thinking of Liscard and Lizard Point. Freixo de Spaniard, Ashtray with a sword on the satchel. Wow. Is that like an Arthurian legend in Portugal? It is in Cornwall, of course it is, yeah. I love Cornish town names. They just have a completely different vibe to the rest of the country. And I guess that's literally true because they're Breton, aren't they? It's fascinating. Love the names. But kids that should be everywhere, Daz. Only smack your adult children. Most Southerly Point of England. That's what it was. I can't remember why that came up in a... Oh, I know what it was. I was reading this book called The Salt Path and they mentioned it there as Ericsson Lima scores his 5th goal of the year. Another assist for Alvervel. Lima is just he's all things to all men this year. I reckon he's going to be the first player since Valentin Guillaume that's going to get the double digits in both goals and assists from that position. It's a lovely pass on the side, but Lima's popping off now. How they call Pity Me? Mousel. I've actually been to Mousel. Hence why I say it correctly. I went on holiday there and stayed in a cottage in Mousel with my parents when I was... Obviously with my parents. It'd be a bit weird if I went by myself when I was like 12. Nice little town. Close enough to like Penzance that you got like amenities and stuff, and nice little place though. Newlyn as well. I always enjoyed going on holiday to Devon and Cornwall as a kid, especially Cornwall, but I've not been back since... I don't know actually. Oh my god, they've scored against us and Dylan is the one with it. My parents' place enjoying the sunshine, and I bet you where they live, Dan, I bet it's got a fantastic name too. Like, there's a random X in there, and it's pronounced, but it's a silent X. Like places like, is it Marazion, but isn't it pronounced Marazion? And Tintagel, I love all these... Tintagel Castle is fire, to be fair. Mevagissi. Called Condon. Is it pronounced Condon? I suppose it'd have to be, wouldn't it? Britain's rudest place. There you go. Well, you've got Twat in Scotland, right? Norfolk Village Stifky.
Park my car.
I mean, I pronounce it Stifky, but I'm sure it's probably not. Lupina Produces. I'm sorry if I've said that incorrectly. Well, Leixões, basically, we're doing a Journeyman save, and they'd just been relegated from the top flight, but they just sold a player to Middlesbrough for £15 million. So we basically took over with the intention of bringing them back to the top flight firstly, which of course we have now accomplished first season, to then build something cool for them, basically. And now we're in the second season of doing so. This is a cup game, obviously. Trotcliffe. How would you pronounce it? Is it like Trocliffe or something? Oh, Trolley. Yeah, that's not fair. I refuse to accept that. Oh yeah, don't dox them, of course, yeah. That's why I feel comfortable saying where I live now, because it's a city, even if it is a smaller one. But, you know, before it was like, I lived in a place with like 1,000 people. Good old Gumster. Although there's some debate over Gumster, whether it's actually pronounced Gumster or whether that's one of those like almost like a backronym type thing where it's been retconned to be the pronunciation in some way. For 5 years at uni, so no. Favorite now's a Watermer Trout. Watermer Trout is wild. No, I spent a lot of time in... No, we're not staying at Leixões the entire save. The idea is to move to another club soon, but we're just really enjoying our time here so far. We've probably got a couple more seasons here, though, before things start to pop off. Although they're popping off already. We probably want to do at least another couple of years, I would say. Absolute Gumster fire. I think you have to do OTI before the... There you go. Apparently it doesn't work after you tag someone, which is weird. There's a few like that. Like Chumley, for example. That's another one that people always get wrong. Understandably so. Don't suppose I'm youth intake. No, it's not youth intake at all. We are absolutely signing players. Because our youth facilities and that aren't... I mean, they're okay, but as far as Portugal goes, we're still way down the pecking order. Goldberg's your best friend? No fucking way. As in Diego Pinto? No way. Tell him we just turned down a £2.5 million bid from PSG. Lemster as well, yes. No fucking way. That's awesome. That's so goddamn sick. Fair play. Ah, yes. Isn't it Peniston? I think it's Lemster. Yeah, you've literally written it. We're making such hard work of this. Yeah, PSG bid £2.5 million. We got him from Sporting for 250k, which was way cheaper than I was expecting. And he's played so well for us over the first year and a half at the club that PSG have just put a £2.5 million bid in. If I've heard he's my best friend. Well, my best friend is Thomas Steinmetz, chat. Don't believe me? I'll show you our family photo album. He's actually my brother. Called him as Kamar. Sounds like Warsaw. I always used to drive through Warsaw because you could see the Vescot from the M5, I think it is, or is it M42? It's one of those two. We made that much harder than it needed to be. Like, hates mates. Yeah, absolutely. If you exclamation mark Discord, that's funny as hell. Yeah, I always used to drive past it whenever I was going up to see Pog back in the day. Our goalkeeper, Diego Pinto. The reason that he's upset with me still is because I turned down the move to PSG. We smashed them 2-1. We didn't even really smash them. We were very, very average in that game. I suspect it's because we disrupted the balance of the players we had in the squad. That and they probably just consider them beneath us. It's Andrea Cassar all over again. Andrea Cassar is an absolute gentleman among men. That man literally got me tickets for the game in Malta when we were out there. What a guy. I still have him on WhatsApp. He's such a good dude. Like, he didn't have to do that. Because I could have got that stuff sorted, but he just sorted it all for me and then just sent through the PDFs for him. Like, what a dude. It's just such a shame I couldn't record there, really. Or make the video I wanted to make, but I wouldn't have been allowed to take my camera into the ground. Because despite it being like the Maltese Premier Division, they actually have quite tight security there. Like proper like pat downs and everything. And like really specific rules on stuff like that. Bit of money for us there. Love to see it. It's either it's the M6. Oh, it's the M6? Of course it is, yeah. M5 goes up the side and then goes down towards Devon. M42 is basically a ring road with all those stupid average speed cameras. And yeah. Chat one down, here we are. One of my favourite things actually about doing saves with slightly more eclectic clubs is that you get people from the club that either play for them or have some proper connection to them that are always happy to share their time and explain stuff to you. It's fabulous. It's so much fun. I love that element of it that you just don't get managing a big club. So much fun. Please give us another lower league side. I mean, okay, that's proper monkey's paw there, isn't it? Not Bluetooth one. Oh god, yeah, I know exactly I know the exact video you're referring to as well. But no, it was pretty like despite not having particularly large attendance, like to be fair, what I would say is that Xiri United actually took they took like 100 people in the away end of that for that game, but Sirens just don't really have a particularly big built-in support naturally. You know, absolutely right, Misha. I got what I asked for. Couldn't really complain about it. Oh, it's immediate. Oh no, it's not. That's Sporting. It's a different Sporting. That game is going to be tough. But they're in bad form when we're at home. Never know, right? I will, Viva, but I'll only do one season. These are my terms. Agree or deny. I feel like these recruitment focuses are not really yielding. Look, these are 200 days old now. Despite being an ongoing one, they're never actually giving us any new players. It's always this. It's weirdly not. Yeah. Weird. Sirens have not been great, have they? At the stadium, yes. So in the bit where we were sitting, in the home end, essentially, it was me and Pog, a Russian dude behind me that was like very into it, but into it ecstatically in Russian. The amount of syc.mgmt I heard during the match, tremendous work. And no mention of Blind, though. And there was also, Carpio again, man. And there was a guy that I think may have actually been a scout for one of the other teams that was sat a few. He had that scout look, big jacket, tiny coffee. I don't know, I just felt like he was a scout. Also, one of the coldest times I've literally been the coldest there. Which is weird. You wouldn't expect it to be that cold in Malta, but I was absolutely freezing. Turned into a beautiful day after that, but the wind was absolutely vile. Tiny coffee, yeah. I'm talking like, not even an espresso. It was in a plastic cup, obviously, because that. But the coffee was surprisingly okay, actually. International audience as well. I mean, hey, maybe. No, it was really, really cool. Just to go to a football match in another country like that was a really fun experience, especially being the Maltese league, right? Humidity, yeah. So this was in late February last year. The weather was very hit and miss. Like our first day there on the Saturday, gorgeous, like scorching hot. And by scorching hot, I probably mean high 20s, let's be honest, but I'm British, give me a break. The next day, though, it was fierce winds and rain. And obviously with the wind coming on off the sea, because it's Malta, right, it was horrendous. But then it got really, really gorgeous. If you've seen some of my pictures from it on Instagram. But it was still incredibly windy. They lost 3-0 in the end, unfortunately. There was a penalty in there, which was really bad. A free kick goal, I believe. And Andrea did make a bit of a howler on one of their goals as well. Because he was actually starting for them that game too, which was dope. Considering in FM, he's not even like they're close to being their starting goalkeeper, but he was actually starting for them most of the season. Make a second video. Oh, really? Break the cycle at times. Okay. Might do that one off stream then. What I'll do is I'll cancel it now, though. That way it doesn't bug us for later. It's not a one club save. No, draw. It's Journeyman. Bottacher CSGO. Thank you very much for the follow. We're having a fabulous day. Favorite save. Team yeah. Surely so. I must admit, I don't watch any FM content on my actual main YouTube account, and I still get recommended it sometimes, and it's always rebuilds. But it's always rebuilds of teams that I'm like, that team's really successful currently. What are we rebuilding here? What the fuck? It does show up on stream now.
Just wanted to show my appreciation for the streams. I get that life can be a struggle in the head from time to time. But truly, I love the vibes you and Chato bring. Ow, and loving the standing matto.
I like it because it sounds like you stubbed your toe in the middle of the message. Steve, thank you so much for the £20 donation. That is very, very, very kind of you and very, very unnecessary, but I do really appreciate it. It compared to my sourdough bread that I bought at Tesco's yesterday. It wasn't £20, it was £2, I should stress. But thank you, man. That's very kind. I like standing up match streams too. I don't know what it was. I just think I just needed a change or something just to keep my energy going. I feel like I feel more engaged in general. I feel more entertaining when I'm standing up. I like it more. That's why I tried it again today for the entire stream instead of just like what I did last time. Good God. This is not ideal at all, is it? The Maltese 4th Division, I have not explained. That's fun. I do like it when you get like vague interactions with some of the players that you're actually managing. It doesn't happen to me very often, honestly. I'm trying to think the last time it did, honestly. We're going to have to start Oriola here, aren't we? Yeah, Sirens got relegated really hard last season, sadly. Czech League seems to be a bit of a downgrade at this point, considering we're fighting. If I dream about, honestly, Fry, I don't know. The next club is one I want to try and go for the goal with, potentially. But I want them to have a story. Yes, I saw the Victoria Hotspurs have moved over from Gozo, and aren't they doing quite well? Yeah, that is completely expected from my point. Because to me, they were a big fish in a small pond and they were too big of a fish. Now they need to get over and actually start playing a bit more competitively. They're probably a lot better than that, as you can see. Sparta Oslavia, pretty much. I mean, are either of those two manageable? I assume they are. I'm just trying to reflect this team back to where it should be. Get some of the guys back in again. Chavez Brown is suspended for this game, isn't he? I do love that Smatesies just continues playing for this team. Now we can bring back Tommel, though. I think they are available. I'll keep them on the bench, just so I don't forget. which might come out to bite me, but I just hate... I might have to actually start making some saved team selections. I just gave myself cramp again. What am I doing, man? It's because I keep doing flamingo pose. Sounds really strange, but I just keep instinctively doing it, and it's giving me foot cramp. Okay. This is going to be... This is a game we lose anyway, right? And the fact that we're having to play Oriola... And who else are we missing? And Steiny, I'm actually totally fine with him starting. It's just the lack of Oriola. Like, Oriola has 8 substitute appearances, and he has got 2 assists, in fairness. But yeah, I think the next club I definitely want to go for someone that we can try and have a proper crack at the goal with. Oh, is he on the bench and he's just hiding? God, I hate that so much. In that case... It probably should be someone like Carlos Alberto, really. Similar role. Keep them there for the time being so I don't forget next game. But yeah, it needs to be someone that we can go for the goal with, but also someone that's interesting. Bigger League needs to build a team or a team... It's... I don't know, James. That's the thing. I think what it could be... These are the sort of things that would intrigue me. So we know kind of what we're looking for when we do leave this club, which isn't going to be for a while yet. Is... Oh, damn. Okay. Hang on. This is definitely going to require a bit of a tasky manager jobby here, I suspect. I want a team that's surprisingly good for the league they're in would be kind of fun. Like a second tier side that's actually in the top flight and is just cooking. That'd be kind of fun. Or a bigger team that's never been to a final that's fallen on hard times would be kind of fun as, oh my days. Of all bloody people to take the lead against Sporting, it's Thomas Steinmetz. The stonemason. Is that an assist as well for Tommel? Because if so, that's really good. I like the way he holds the ball up here. Oh no, it wasn't. It was Valverde again. Nice pick out. Steiny's in there. Boosh. Bit more stuff in game. So yes, it is possible 11-23 Jumanji guy. I believe it's been possible for a while, in fact. But it's hard to access them. So if you do Control D on any page in the game, it will bring up the bookmark option. The issue is accessing those bookmarks is not particularly user-friendly, so to speak. So I use a skin that allows them to be accessed in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh my god, what an effort. And that's the reason that I find them so much more useful. Shocking list. That's an absolutely easy one for you, Fry. I'll tell you off the top of my head. It is Sheffield United. The team that is the most surprising that I've added to the list so far in this save is Sheffield United by an absolute mile. They won the Conference League in their second season in the Prem whilst coming 17th in the league. Oh, go on, Tommel, back post. Oh, it should have been 2. But yeah, they're great. Bookmarks are brilliant. Basically, for the longest time, I wished that you were able to basically have your own things pinned to the sidebar in the same way that the other functions work. Saz kind of created that for me, or for us, you know. Osasuna are pretty surprising, but I still feel like Sheffield United is more surprising than Osasuna. Both are pretty surprising, though. We are still incredibly top of the league, yes. Yeah, I will, Fry. I don't think there's any that are more surprising than Sheffield United winning the Conference League. That was pretty surprising. Yeah, RZ ruled out, sadly, because that would have been a fun one, given how dominant they are. Not dominant, but how surprisingly efficient they've been in the Netherlands this season. Oh, go on. We're going to counter-attack the shit out of them here, aren't we? Look at the space. Why are the Sporting players not really running back? We've got bodies full. Oh, that was a waste and a half. No, I got it, Fried. For once, I actually did. I know it's hard to interpret tone over text, but I'm trying to do better there. Yeah, the fact that they're in second, it's a weird-ass season. Oh, slide him in. Oh, no, still slide him in. He's going to try and shoot himself, isn't he? Oh, what a pass. We're 2-0 up against Sporting and Tommel's now scored. How are we this good? Yeah, I thought about managing the Netherlands when we had the FC Eindhoven job available, but that I don't think would have been a fun one. Bear in mind, they came bottom that season as well. What a finish that is from Tommel. I think he just needs to get out of his own head a little bit. It seems like he's more effective when he's instinctive. His worst moments, for me, come when he has too much time on the ball. Utrecht and Harvey says, yeah, there's all sorts of options in. Like, what teams are off the table in the Netherlands? I imagine it's basically the expected ones, and then, like, RZ. Like, is there any other teams in the Netherlands that we can't manage? I probably should just look at the spreadsheet, but I don't have it to hand. We're 2-0 up against Sporting now. Final PSV, yeah, and obviously RZ. So we could still have someone like FC Twente. Those are the kind of clubs that... But what I'd really like is just a team that just has either an interesting... Basically, they need to intrigue me. The sort of thing that could make me potentially go to a big fish in a small small pond type of situation would be if we have a look at their squad and find that they've got like a player that's absolutely crazy good that we could build a team around. Would be fun. We could do Heron Vane with the hearts on the badge. True. What do we have commands? I know. Oh, go on, Kiyembe. Bang it. Oh my god, he has. We're 3-0 up against Sporting now. We beat Porto 3-1. We're beating Sporting 3-0. I don't understand. Like, that takes a little nick off the wall. How are we this good? This is easily the best this tactic has ever performed in this save. I know Sporting aren't having the best of seasons, but they should be miles better than us. This team is full of internationals. We've got like one, I think. Pretty certain the only international player in our team right now is Kiyembe. Like, we're definitely lucky to be as good, like, as far ahead in the league as we are, but not that lucky. Like, we should be... Oh, yeah, Carpio is as well, true. And I think some of the new guys, like Rosales and that, are kind of borderline as well. But still, we'll get wrecked by AFCON, of course, if some of these guys get called up to it, unfortunately. I'm thinking some changes soon. That was miles offside. We won't keep a clean sheet, because we never do, and that's fine. What are we thinking? Lima's not had the best day. But I'm content to leave him on. I feel like he always finds a way to contribute. He's like Shorzy. Salcedo... Maybe Cisse here. God, we're so stacked on that left side. It's actually incredible. Oriolo's kind of tired, but I'm still going to go Smates. 20 minutes of Smatesy boys. They don't know what they're in for here. What other leagues? Pretty much all of them draw. Basically, you name it, it's loaded for the most part. Tommel, he has a habit of hemorrhaging rating, even when he does a lot of stuff off the ball that isn't particularly favourable, and the game tends to punish him for it. That's one thing I have noticed. So even when he has a game where he scores a goal... He'll go up to like a 7.5, but then slowly go back down to like a 7.1 over the rest of the game. So there's something about him that the game doesn't like. But, you know, it feels like the rest of the team's kind of carrying him. Looking for a new save. Oh, God. It's hard to say because I don't know your preferences, right? It's a bit like saying to someone, hey, what food should I eat tonight, when you don't know what type of food they like. One man's cheese toasty is another man's Marmite, you know? That man's a psychopath, but nevertheless. Yeah, perchance is actually a good option, I suppose, at that point. There's the goal that we always concede, by the way. Oh, go on. A fourth goal would be crazy. This feels like Skelly Elvero o'clock right about now. Back post, bang. Good save, actually. Yes, that was the team that Steve went to. I've just popped my collar on a Hawaiian shirt. That is not a good look. I really need a polo for that kind of behaviour. They've got a guy called Hercules in their team. Should eat pasta. That's usually a safe bet, in fairness. I haven't actually had... Oh, no, that's not true. Pog and I had chef pasta on Monday, I think it was. What ought to have tonight? The good thing about Thursday night is it's a shopping night, which means you can buy things that are short-dated. And you... So, for example, whenever Pog and I buy pizza, we can't fit them in the freezer. So we have to have them that evening, which is just... Oh, no, I have to eat pizza. Hate when that happens. It's the worst. But we once again scored 3 goals off of 1.35 XG. There's something about this team that is just incredibly efficient. We do get a lot of shots. Look at civil service jobs, and I have to write a personal statement thing, and I keep freezing up, don't know what to write. Okay. God, I wish Tom was here, actually. He'd know all about this. But I'm sure some of you else in chat work civil service now, statistically. Poland is a very fun league. I actually really cannot... I'm disappointed that we don't have FN25, because I was so excited about Poland. We'll obviously do Poland in FN26 or whatever the game's going to be called if there is one, but I was looking forward to doing it this time around. Poland is very cool, and you get loads of impenetrable team names, which I can't wait to have to try and learn again. I got reasonably good at it during the last roundabout, but it's been a while. We're now 5 points clear at the top of the league again, and officially have double the number of points after 10 games of Sporting. This is mad. Spain, you will have the release clause issue, though. I mean, yeah, I say issue. Rule that is entirely fair and is good for player power. Oh, that's the first game in the Cup. FM2X. I feel like that sounds like a PS2 game, which I would 100% play. Load more trials finishing. I guess they're just not signing these guys up in the middle of the season. Benfica win again. It's almost like a 2-horse race at the moment. Actually, say 2 horses. Estrela Damadora are popping off as well. We're doing okay as well with the making a save with the national teams There's not even a chance. I mean, they've actively said, Draw, that the national team is not going to be in the next game. However, I believe that is not going to be the case. I actually think that they'll have brought them back. That's my hope, anyway. Who's he complaining about? Bello. Fair enough. But honestly, national team management is not the most interesting because of the way that the game works right now, unfortunately. It's one of those things where they say that no one plays it, but the reason no one plays it is because it isn't very good. F26 come out. No one does. In fact, to be fair, they haven't even confirmed, Chris, that there's going to be an FM26 yet. Literally. We've heard nothing from them since the delay announcement, which was what? Middle of February? It's been a while now, right? At least a month. This is where it's like, man, it was actually 2 weeks ago. But yeah, no one knows anything about it. It's a complete mystery at this point. Maybe they were working on a hockey game this entire time. FM24 forever. I mean, to be fair, if I had to pick an FM game to play forever, FM24 would be pretty high at the top of the list, honestly. Clicking it. Oh, it's totally... No, it's not private. If you do !skin Jumanji guy, you'll get a download link for it. The latest version of it. And the bookmark thing is the least of the good things. Like, it's a fantastic addition to the skin, don't get me wrong. But once you start using this skin, you'll never want to play on the vanilla skin again. It's an absolute game changer as far as, like, the accessibility of the game and the enjoyment factor. It makes the game so much better to play. Oh, they've lost. The main thing for me is just staying as clear as 6th as we can. FM 2006. So you're saying that it's a better... This is what I don't always get. I simply don't buy the idea that a game from 2006 there has better features than FM24 does. Like, enjoyment at the time, for sure, perhaps, but I feel like the latest version of the game for me is the best version of the game. Actually, a number. I reckon, I'm thinking, I was talking to Mike about this, I reckon a bit of FMX. I wouldn't be surprised to see it. The bookmarks are great, but there's just so many other things. Even things as simple as, like, the player profile screens. Okay, this is a bad example because he's not one of our players. Let me just show you a player from our own club. The amount of stuff that it allows you to access in such a quick space of time, for me, is just great. I have a face next to the badge and the player profile on the skin. So, like, in here... Oh, that's the... Hang on. So, like... It's Crusader Kings 3. Roast into glasses. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, I got a lot of shit one year for saying that the... I say that. I was in a video where I was talking about it. Basically saying that I thought that the current, whatever iteration it was probably FM23 at the time, or FM22 maybe, was like the best version of FM. Because the fact is, it just objectively was, right? Even if were some issues with it, I still think it was, it added more stuff. But nostalgia isn't what it used to be. That's the problem with the good old days. I wish someone would tell you when you're in the good old days while you're still in them, right? Last thing you want is them to be behind you. Lookups good. I absolutely do. I just want to get... Actually, we'll do the lookups before the scout report. 2 weeks left. No reason what's happening after... That's true. It might still come out. It might still come out in March, chat. Yeah, Mets are actually kind of cooking right now. Jesse Marsh, soccer manager. Don't get me started. You mean Dorian Metz, right? Who's ironically at Monaco of all places. And Frank Steinmetz. Plays for Leixões B. If you do like, we have like a player lookup functionality, although I might just do that anyway, that allows people to like look up players in the database so that we keep the stream moving. I hope that's all cool, Party Pete. Although I suspect that 9 seasons into the save, he's unlikely to still be here. Particularly after I got here and started cleaning house, I must admit. They're actually 3rd in Ligue 2. So back to promotion. They could potentially go back to back, and Brest have absolutely shat the bed. Yeah, last time we looked at Brest, they'd won every game, and now they're winless in 5. It's gone tits up. Socialise with them, information. Yeah, I think a lot of people... You always remember your first, chat. And my first was FM 13. Which, God, that feels like a long time ago now. Eredivisie. Brest do indeed be sagging, yeah. So, currently, you got your PSV Ajax. Jesus Christ, Feyenoord are not having a good season, are they? Utrecht, perhaps? Hey, I'm way ahead of you, James. My brain is firing today, brother. Willem Tway. Sparta could be kind of interesting. What did you do with FM13? I played the shit out. Actually, I didn't really play much of FM13, honestly.
Cooper.
That's the thing. Skydo, thank you for the follow. I didn't really play much of it. I couldn't really get into it at the time. Let me get rid of any of the elder statesmen, just so that we focus on where we're looking at. As good as these guys might be, it's not really what we're looking for at this stage. I think the first FM game I really put big hours into was FM14, and I believe that was the one where Alvarez Balanta was like the guy, the wonder kid that you kind of had to have back then. Is that every single one of these guys? Jesus Christ. Okay, let me just get the... that'll get rid of a few of them. Then I'll go into the agent offers bit and negotiate those out of the way for us. It's bound to be a few. Oh, wait, is that every single one of them? All right, fair enough. Right, who's got the ability? Mads Bagger is an incredible name. He's way out of our price range. Understandably so. He's basically him. TCM was great. The way that it handled youth player stuff was incredible. You could just build all these youth academies around the world, and then you got players and no youth academies from them, and it was just really fun. It was a bit video gamey, but after all, it's a video game, right? Balanta was insane. Yeah, I don't think I ever actually signed him, to be fair. This guy's insanely good, but that's why he's worth 10 million quid. And his name's Mads Bagger. The name is set up perfectly. Good God. Tudor Lazarov. And this is what I was on about when I was talking about Bulgarian players and being able to find some genuinely great players. I mean, he's probably a bit expensive, but that's possibly because he's at Ferencváros and he's 22. Like, these are guys that we can't really afford right now. But next season... Ooh, oh, here we go. Got Atromitos as well. Sapolidis. Not sure what I really do with him. There's some great players. Sigalko, yeah. I love doing that thing again where you just name players. One of my favourite games. There's these guys on TikTok and they make up fake footballers and their careers, but they're so accurate, it's incredible. They'll just say a name, a random name, and then they basically have like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. He was part of that Swansea team that did X, Y, and Z, and he then moved to Real Betis. It's just, it's perfect. Yeah, left wing, right wing is a rare one, actually. With my own play. Ooh, okay. You rig that vote. You stick your hand on the scales. Joel Caceres, poor heading. Fun player, though. Like, great tackling, great jumping reach, but he is mercenary, which would be a bit of a pain, but still, I wouldn't say no to signing him. Let me just get rid of some of the really high price guys. But 33 million pounds. That seems like a lot for FC Copenhagen. I know they've sold players for decent money in the past, but 30 million pounds at 19 is insane. He is a model citizen, to be fair. Jesus Christ. He's incredible. None of these guys are even close to being affordable for us. It was actually this guy here that we were interested in. He's massively out of the price range too. We must have just hit on a load of incredibly overpriced not overpriced, but like out of our range type of guys. A couple of dudes from Japan. Jesus, Nakahama. Oh no, the pace. If he had 16 pace as well, I'd be bursting the bank to sign that dude. He would be the exact type of guy that possibly could be the Jacques killer. But not yet. Jacques lives to fight another day. Anyone with high CA now? Karim Shika. Striker, though. Oh, fun, though. Ferencváros are making some cool little moves, though. Henry Nunez. Any crazy high ones like another guy, Kawasaki Frantau, but they're just not good enough yet. And this for the previous surname. Oh, that's a good one. That would catch out a lot of my friends, just because a lot of them don't know much about football. I'd be fine. I know all the players. I could just make someone up and they'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. Lufner. Wish you could filter this by position. It'd be really cool if you could do that, actually. Just, oh, shit! Well, that's gone well. Just pretend you didn't see me do that. I didn't like them anyway. There was no one good in that scout report. I don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. I've never clicked that button in my life. He's a pro. He does this for a living. It's fine. We filtered it. If that helps. It's like using a sieve that's not actually a sieve, it's just a bowl. Or a bucket with a giant hole in the bottom. I'll have to get those guys. Wait, can I actually do that now, or does that not work? It was going great up until that exact moment, Peter. Yeah, now I have to offer them again, don't I? I'll just do it from the other screen, it's easier. Yeah, I didn't resign. Could have been far worse. Oh shit, there's loads of you now. That's 8 of you on the table. Yeah, I didn't say I was good at it. I have never pretended to be good at the game. I am okay at certain factors. Ironically, one of them is usually scouting, but we'll just pretend that didn't happen, and then everything will be just fine. It feels weird that wouldn't it be cool if you could filter that by position the same way you can on like the squad page? So you could have, I could filter the scout report there just by strikers. I feel like that's not too much to ask. You can have 2 appeals and 2 bluffs. If you successfully appeal the accused bought or drink you were wrong is by the buying drinks. Jesus Christ. That's player traffic. Oh yeah, I mean, you'll never get me to feel bad about that. It's what I do. Yes. No, Pog and Pool I already scouted again, I believe. An undo option to scout reports. I don't know if even Saz has the power to do that. He may be a wizard, but I think even his wizardry may have some limits. Whether we've met those limits yet, I don't know. Time will tell. Right, what we got next? Uniao de Liera, who we played last year quite a bit. We kind of got to be cooking on these as well. Filters them by strikers to delete them. Yeah, that's all I wanted to do. Oh, they've got a league game in there too. They must both be out of the cup then. Okay, so Chavez is back, and about time too. He's certainly earned his starting spot these days. Jacques is not... Or is he? Oh, he's fit again, yep. Oh, it's the bloody cup in it. Hang on. Must include a minimum of 5 players that were used in one of the previous 2 official... Oh my god. Wait. Hang on. That's correct, right? Oh, that's fine. I thought the little red thing was saying, hey, you've done goofed there, sir. But in fact, it has not done goofed. I am goofless. And we technically get away with it because of Ericsson Lima. Wait. Is that because I've left a space on the bench? Hang on, how are we getting away with that when I've only got 1 player that counts for that in the team? It's saying tick, even though it says minimum of 2 under 21 Portuguese players. Who's the other one? Have I broken it? I'm worried that I may have broken it. But it says starting 11. So I could just leave space on the bench. Huh. Well, that's new. That seems to contravene the rules. It's not within the spirit of the rules. I probably don't have to start Lima, but I'm going to because he's great. Anyway, I'm going to have a quick pee break and grab myself a Fanta Fruit Twisty, and we're going to bang in some more cup games and league games and all sorts of good stuff. Enjoy this one. Back in a sec, friends.
It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
It was, of course, Tequila Rante. Also, it feels like the Spotify music didn't change, which is weird. Stream Deck must have messed up again. It's been doing this weird thing where it keeps telling me to update a plugin when there isn't anything to update. But yes, it was Tequila Rante. South African legend, I think. Who knows, right? I've got Beppis. And Chalanix, thank you very much for the follow. Not Beppis, this isn't Beppis at all. This is Fanta. I'm a liar. I've also not got a cup to put it in. One sec, I shall decant. I'll start the game first, though. Then we'll decant. Oh, wait, what? Hang on. So it's... Yeah, it's weird. When I restart it and run it in admin mode, even though it's already in admin mode, it then seems to work. Which is weird. Oh, Christ. Who am I going to be able to put in here? It's been we've been lied to. I'm also worried. Do I have any of them? We must have loads, right? Let's see who my assistant wants to put in. Samuel Gomez. Okay, we'll just do what we did last time while we're bringing Gomes. I think we can go without Kayembe for a game. It will save him some effort anyway. There we go. That worked nicely last time. We can put Alvaro on the bench. Not Alvaro, sorry. My boy. Oh, Christ. 1 second. Oh, really? Hang on. Does it not show the bloody... Oh, it's... Wait. Good. Let me just find him. He'll be in here somewhere. He'll be the one with the really high CA. Get rid of that. I probably should put Gomez in the top team just to make it easier for myself. Right, put Kimmett on the bench. There we go. Nice. And that will allow us to play. Like, I totally get why these rules exist for the cup, but God, it's annoying. We're going to batter them anyway. Do they not know who we are? Lovely. Right. Oh, Braga. Oh, that was a cup. Wait. So they've already played a game, and Braga beat them what looks to be like 1-0 or something. I think this room right now is the hottest this has been since I moved into this house. And it's still only like 23 in this room, but I'm just not used to this level. I have to have the window shut when I'm streaming because, you know, don't want to be yelling random shit about Herman Kayambe. And then the neighbours are just like, what is that guy doing? Oh, we got all the leagues. Well, I can finally open my non-Beppis. That felt good. Oh, that smells fruity, man. It's middle of the day. True. That is a good point. Oily Shannon. To be fair, I have seen Shannon so rarely. I saw her the other day for the first time in like 2 months, and she was just like, I exist. And I was like, yep. She works very strange shift patterns, to be fair. I don't know, free content. They need to sign up, damn it. Oh, that is refreshing. Oh, love that. We're going to lose to União de Liera now, aren't we? Oh, that's bad. Well, wait, is that going to get given offside? No. More about you being at work. I guess. I mean, it depends on, like, half the time Shannon's here. ASMR described taste. I don't know. I'm getting notes of fruit. And weirdly, like, there's a twist to it, too. I just can't work out what the twist is. Oh, I hope this isn't too high in calories. Oh, 10 calories. Yeah, I think I'll be all right. I think I'll survive. Oh, they did, didn't they? Wouldn't it be weird if our first defeat of the season came against a second-tier side in the Cup, where basically I've put out almost the entire first-team squad? The secret ingredient is always crime. In this case, trafficking. Just sugar and fruit. I mean, hey, what do you want? I always feel like when we have to play Gomes, it never goes well. I think we'll end up winning the game in the end anyway, but... Oh, maybe not. Not with chances like that going awry. Because we've got any chance of progressing, we have to beat União de Liera and then try and beat them by more than we beat Braga by. Or get a draw against Braga or something. But this is looking awfully Svenny, baby. It is his time. I'm thinking Oriola. Who else has been poor other than everyone? Can I take him off now? I feel like I can, right? You only have to start the game with them in the team, in fairness. And I feel like he has been useless. Brown's been okay. Lima's not been great, but then who else am I bringing in? You know what? I'm just going to place my... Actually, Diarra's been kind of poor. We'll go with Salcedo. I'm going to place my trust in Sven. Sven would have actually scored twice on that play. We haven't even hit the target with a single shot yet. I also probably should at least put this on attacking, since that's what we were doing now. And usually the moment I switch it to attacking, we create a chance. And here it comes. Here comes the press. See, this is just unnecessary. We're in a right... Oh, actually. This is where they go fully liquid football on us. No, I feel like they're going to mess this up. It feels like there's a bad misplaced pass coming soon. And there it is. Right, come on. Make it happen, lads. Lima, slide him in. Oh, he had to slide him in there. That's right. Sven's got it. When Sven's got the ball, all is going to be well. That's the pass. Chavez Brown is in. Can he get the equaliser? No, he can't. Fuck. Yeah, he would have got the goal, the assist, and perhaps even a pre-assist. A hockey assist, if you will. That was a good chance. At least he's finally hit the target. Wow, Alvaro just didn't win a header. Impressive leap, actually, on a lad to out-jump a dude who's 6'8". Maybe he was bending down. Got to give him a chance, right? Right, back post. The keeper's going to have that. Oh, brave of the goalkeeper. That was like colliding with a lamppost there. We're going to lose this, aren't we? Fuck it, would make the change. I don't like playing Carlos Alberto there, but Lima has been piss poor. She did like one good ball over the top for Oriola to get on the end of. And now he's hurt himself as well. As if this is going to be our first defeat of the season. Come on, lads. The draw doesn't really do us much good, honestly. Because then we'd pretty much have to beat Braga in the second game to have any chance of qualifying. But, oh, never mind. Looks like it's going to be them scoring a goal and not us. Oh, wait, no way. Oh, good save. Fair. The issue we've now got is that Steiny is never going to be able to play the game at the end of the week. That's very much going to have to be then again, that's fine by me. Carpio can play the game at the weekend. I'm a little bit more worried about Wu. Because he's going to be knackered. Steiny will be fine. Not that he'll be starting anyway. And Tommel should be okay as well, just because he usually gets substituted around the 65th minute anyway. Man never completes a full bloody game. Oh, come on. Is this highlight still going? Or is this one of these weird highlights that just ends with nothing? Oh, hang on a minute. Let's go on, Sven, into the channel. Slip it around the side. Svenny boy. Driving. Sven. Oh. Yeah, that could have gone better. I expect him to bury those. Okay. Yeah, so first defeat of the season comes in the cup against the second tier side. That's great. Kind of wish I just put out a second tier, like a second tier level side in that point. If you're going to go out, you may as well go out like that. Oof. I'm sensing this might be the beginning of a little spell of badness. Mostly because of injuries. I think we are focused on the... We're already focused on the league. We're still smashing it. Legitimately, Tom? Yes. I mean, not in this game. We've just lost a game in the cup against the second tier side, but that's not the point. The league is still being smashed. We've already nearly got enough points to stay up. And we've played... We're in October, for crying out loud. Yeah, they just sacked me. Like, I'm sorry, we really cared about the cup? I think we'll be fine as far as the cup's concerned, because I suspect it will be won by one of the usual suspects, who I suspect that by the end of the season will have got themselves back in there. Batter them anyway. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I'd like to believe we were still tired from the weekend. The issue now is we're going to be very tired for this weekend's game against Casapia. At least after that, we get a week off before the Passos game, and then a nice international break before the Sporting Covilha game in the other Portuguese Cup, which I believe is the League Cup. I actually forget. I think they've knocked us out of both cups in 2 seasons in a row, so they have become a little bit of a bogey team. With any luck, they'll stay in the second tier and we'll never see them again. I can't help but notice that the game is not processing currently. It's just on this screen. Oh, this one's the League Cup. I see. Ah, there we go. That was really weird. The game just kind of froze randomly there. How odd. Masterpiece! I've taken many of those. Thank you very much for the follow. Slams the team. He does. That was really weird. I was getting worried that it would have crashed, but luckily I have it set to save after every game, so wouldn't have been an issue for us. Oh, Cooksley's just been banned for a match. Love to see it. God, Nacional are very, very bad. Minus 15 goal difference after 10 games is pretty heinous. Speaking of that, are Spurs back up where they were again now? Or are they falling back down? They're kind of mid-table now. The usual sort of sus. Although Fulham and Leeds doing quite well to start the season. Any weirdness going on in the Championship? Hey, Reading. Okay, Championship's starting to get a little bit more interesting. It's not just the exact same teams constantly now. We've got Reading up into the Championship playoffs. We'd like to see it. Coventry having a real bad time of it, though. Same league in the future. I try not to because I just find it less fun. Like, if I'm managing in a league, I like to... I have not done it yet, and I don't think I would do it. Because let's be honest, right? The only jobs that I think I'd get offered in Portugal would most likely be Benfica, Porto, Braga, Sporting, maybe Estrela da Amadora, because they do have a habit of sacking their managers even when they are doing really well. But I don't know. I think at that point, you may as well just stay where you are. So I think probably a no for me on that one. I think if we move clubs, it will be to another league. But what I would say is at no stage since we've joined Leixões have we been offered any job opportunities, weirdly. Like with Serong, we were often offered jobs in the second tier of Belgium, and I think at one point even a top flight job while we were managing them. And despite the success we've had with these lads, not a single job offer has come in just yet. Although maybe we'll start to get some more as we hit November, because a lot of sackings will start to happen. Usually around this time of the year is when there's just an absolute smate of sackings, because you're like 10 games in most leagues, sometimes more. They usually give up at that point. They start tanking for better draft picks. Right. We'll have another look at that in a minute. Just over a year. I know, but we were getting job offers during our second season at Serong when we actually finally started doing stuff, right? A smate of sackings, exactly, yes. Remember, that's what Sven is preventing it. He is the binner of this. Oh, £7.3 million of debt, though. That does concern me a little bit. As far as... Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do with Scunthorpe. We'll go down the English leagues until we find Scunthorpe and then check on them like that. That way we can just see what's going on. If there's any kind of crazy nonsense happening in the lower leagues of England. Wave comp. I don't know if we've got the wave comp one. We've got like a percentage. Hang on one sec. We'll just circle back to that. Contract is currently... No, there's actually none of that. So they'd have to pay full... Now, admittedly, our contract is up at the end of this season anyway, because they only gave us a 1-year extension. The only time we've ever been on a 2-year deal was ironically during our second season at Serong, where they offered us a 2-year contract, and I accidentally accepted it. Yeah, Eupen, I don't think that was ever really that much of a serious interest, considering they were, like, what, Belgian top flight at the time, right? Not for long, of course. So what's the League One looking like? Plymouth top of League One, holy shit. With Charlton, Oxford, Burton, Wrexham and Peterborough. Well, that is look how tight that is there. Plymouth are gone, but everybody else really down here is just massive battle. Carlisle, Wigan, bottom of League One. It is not going well for Wigan these days. How's my job search going? You still haven't got a club, unfortunately, Conrad. You're still just random trials with us right now. Ooh, Jesse Lingard might be gone soon. That's gone poorly. Accrington Stanley doing well, though. Southend actually looking for a return to League One soon. Incredibly, Jesse Lingard is still in a job. I'm actually surprised they've not sacked him. He did so well to start, and it has just been a disaster. Just the 2 league wins, and mostly just defeats. They're getting decimated. They are only 2 points from safety, I suppose, so there's that. He won't be in that job for much longer. That's a shame. I was hoping he would do good things so we could keep following him. Maybe his next job will be better, if he gets another one. Scunthorpe United. Here we go. We found them. They currently occupy 11th in the league, in the National League. Shout out to Spennymoor as well, being 12th. They won the league last year in the division below, because one of the Patreon regions was banging goals in for them. Damn, Gillingham could get relegated out the National League entirely here. Any other surprising ones down there? Cheltenham have really struggled as well, as a Leyton Orient. Oldham aren't really getting out of this. Dorking could have a go at getting further up a little bit. Is there any crazy shit going on in these ones? Bury are top by, well, not by miles, but they're having a good season. Wait, Warrington are here. Damn, Warrington have the top scorer in the league. I suppose it's only 9 goals. Brackley struggling, St Albans, Southport. Bamber Bridge look in a bit of trouble. Well, they have the top assister and the top goal scorer. Are they one of those teams that's just scored loads of goals but conceded loads as well? 23-4, 27 against. Yeah, that'll do it. What about South? Ebbs, wow, F3 all the way down there. Bath City. Barnet are in National League South as well. Hayes and Yedding are in a bit of trouble too. Nobody's really banging goals in for these leagues, really, are they? But yeah, as for Scunthorpe United specifically, which is why we're here after all, remember Ali? They've slowly been creeping up. Last year they actually came second in the National League, but were not able to get promoted through the playoffs. They've sort of made steady progress since their promotion. Literally, every season pretty much has been a step up over the season before, although this year doesn't look like it's going to be. 11th so far. I mean, it's still close. A lot can happen in that time. Oh. That'll be fine. I worry about... I think this one probably will be our first defeat of the season. Braga's manager is one manager of the month. Damn, they were really struggling for a little bit. He's pulled it around. Our saves are rarely nice to Sheffield Wednesday. I find that Sheffield United, obviously, just recent Premier League history suggests that they're going to have a better team. But you're right. I do find that Sheffield Wednesday tend to drop quite heavily in my saves. There's a Battle of Bamber Bridge. There you go. And it looks like there's been a Battle of Bamber Bridge repeatedly, otherwise known as every league game they've played this season, it seems. We can definitely get through a few of these. Yeah, the fact that they won in the Conference League is still insane to me. Particularly as the last time we checked, they were actually top of the Europa League as well, albeit after one game. Oh, damn. They're pretty happy. And I mean, how could they not be? The Sports are pretty happy too. If they had any complaints at this stage, it would truly be just ungrateful, really. Benfica are away at Vitória de Guimarães too, and not a bad side at all. Right, okay. Oh my god. Right, Steiny cannot start here, so it's going to have to be a time for Carpio. Tommel is okay to start because he came off quite early. Lucas Jack is surprisingly okay. Valverde, a lot of these guys I might just let them start and then have to substitute them. Oh, Kayembe can come back in. Get him out of the team. We may have to just start a tired team and then try and bring some guys in. Because we know that there's a rest after this game, so if we can just nurse them through it, it'll be okay. Sander Berg! Well, now we're in trouble. We're about to get absolutely annihilated because Sander Berg is running their midfield. Albeit only just. I think he's just joined them on a free transfer. Nice. What a player he is. 2 American units. Really? Damn, that sounds like there's a hell of a story there. Which I'm not aware of. It's kind of wild to me that of all the players I brought in, they all seem to be on that left-hand side, and yet Chavez Brown has just gone, no, I'm the guy for the left-hand side, and I'm going to prove it to you. And he has. Need more out of Tommel. Average rating's okay. At least he's not down in like the 6.7s or anything, but that does worry me slightly. Hopefully Carpio will get a bit of football now, it'll be good. Sandman for Fulham, he's monstrous. He's such an underrated player for Fulham. He completely dominates midfields for us because he's got that aerial threat and he can just... He's a very classy footballer, but he's also an incredibly strong presence. We've sort of made up for the... When we have Berger and Lukic as our midfield pairing, it's very difficult to play through. We've kind of made up for Palinia's lack of his existence in aggregate. We've rebuilt him out of 2 players, essentially, although it looks like at the moment... I know he's injured and had a lot of injury issues with Bayern, but I don't think he was playing much for them even when he wasn't injured, was he? I would love to find a way to get him back on loan next season or something, but I'm always not sure we need him. Yeah, Berger is a phenomenal footballer, and he's classy on the ball too. Like, he's not just a brutish kind of player. He's a guy that can be like that playmaker from deep while still have the sort of almost like a midfield general type of guy, as Lima's banged another one in and we lead already. 6th goal of the season for him. Another assist for Woo Sang-ji. The one thing I noticed out of our DLP role last year, when it was either Donny or when Steiny played there, is the role didn't get a lot of like primary assists. There was a few hockey assists in there, but Woo is far more advanced and he manages to pick out these lovely passes way more frequently. I think that's his 4th or 5th assist of the season. He really has stepped into this role brilliantly. And we lead. Incredibly. Did he replace him? God, they just need to keep hold of one for a little while. I still can't believe we got Polinia as cheap as we did from Sporting. He's one of the best players I've ever seen play for Fulham. It's crazy. And he was just a good egg as well. Like, I didn't begrudge him that move to Bayern because, like, he deserved it. It's just a shame that he's not managed to sort of break into their team in the way that I would have liked. But, you know, if it means there's any way we get him back, probably unlikely. And sometimes I say you should never go back, right? However, it's working out pretty nicely with Ryan Sessegnon right about now. He is genuinely, now that he's back fit again properly and is up to speed match-wise, he's a tremendous impact sub. Now that we're no longer playing him as a left-back, crucially. I think now that we're playing him off the left-hand side, like where he used to play for Fulham back in the day, he's suddenly making a real impact in this team, and it's so exciting to have him back and actually flourishing at the club. I thought he'd be a bit part player at best, and I'm really starting to enjoy him on the pitch now. Oh, go on, whip it across nice and low. It's an own goal. Lima is the one who is going to essentially take the credit, but Abdallah Ayesh makes it 2-0. Insane. Disturbance in the pub because the unit didn't want another unit in the pub due to racial... Oh, wow. Shoot it. Jesus Christ. That's wild. I feel like I'd heard of the phrase, like, Battle of Bamber Bridge before, but never actually known the context for it. What's 2-0 up? We just keep doing this. Like, we don't deserve to be 2-0 up in this game by any means, and yet here we are. Just doing bits. Repeatedly. Like, when one player isn't on good form, someone else just picks up the slack. It's tremendous, and usually, I think Lima was a little bit worrisome when he first came back from that injury, when his match sharpness dropped off. But the moment he gets back to match sharpness, he's immediately back to his absolute all-singing, all-dancing, all-assisting best. It's really the money at that point. Yeah, it did seem like we kind of had you over a barrel on that one, but, like, I think people were just surprised, perhaps, that there wasn't more interest in him from other clubs, given the quality of player he was, and maybe people just didn't realise how good he was actually going to be. Oh, he's going to bend this, isn't he? Oh, nice. Okay, that's pay. Oh, it's... Oh, lucky again. We do get quite a lot of luck. The thing I loved about Joao, actually, was not only was he an absolute midfield menace, the amount of yellow cards was hilarious. Sasha Lukic has definitely been scoring, getting those in his honour this season, but it's the fact that he... Oh, damn, that's bad from Tommel. He was an aerial threat from set pieces as well, but in addition, he had a bit of a long-range banger on him from time to time as well. I remember he got one against Leeds in the FA Cup, I think, that was insanely good. Always learn something new. Yeah, usually that happens to me whenever there's a new Max Hastings book on sale. Or I go to like a World War II museum like I did with Pog on Valentine's. Oh, that was close. Oh, pulls it across. Lima! It's a penalty. We have a chance to go 3 up here. We haven't really won that many penalties either. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm surprised that there wasn't more interest. Even better player. Ah, fair enough. I mean, I think of the two, I'd still much rather have Polinia. Are we talking about Ugarte or someone else? I know they obviously lost him as well. Hello, Barry. Go on, Alvaro. Wait, Skelly takes the pens? Okay, Skelly takes the pens. It was a nightmare before Casapia. I guess it's just... Isn't Ugarte more one of those guys that's... Future has the upside, but perhaps isn't there? Because I haven't really... Every time I've watched Man United, and it's usually only when they're playing against Fulham, and it might just be a bad sample size, I haven't been, like, amazingly impressed. He's not been a worse player, for sure.
So I tell the swamp donkey...
Barry, thank you very much for the follow as well.
Before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
Feel free to, Barry. Whatever makes you feel most comfortable is the thing you should be doing right now. You don't feel like you have to talk in chat, but you're more than welcome to join in the conversation at any point. And that goes for anyone in chat that's never spoken before. We love the lurkers out here, but we also love a good first-time chatter, unless they're being a wimp. In fact, sometimes even then, that's still a good thing, though. Best ever Scandinavian play for Fulham. Breda Hangland. I don't think he's even that close. I say that. Yeah, no, it's Breda Hangland. He is literally head and shoulders above. This is the middle of season 9, Barry. So we are sort of coming up to a decade involved. A lot has changed in the world of football as Lima is about to... Oh, should have been 4, man. Bit of WoW. Well, I've never touched WoW. I say it a lot. Yes, Breda Hangland was born in Texas, yeah. Not sure exactly where. Anything special in that regard? No, absolutely not. Polinia... His biggest strength was obviously winning the ball, but his ball retention was okay, but he wasn't going to be like pinpoint pass accuracy or anything like that. That's why I like Sander Berg, because he's got way more of that to his game. We're 3-1 up at half time. I don't even know what to say. We're doing well. We're consuming your free time. Yeah, the last thing I need actually is a new addiction. Like, my brain is very... You know what it is. I'll get like the random hyperfocus. And it can even be just something that gives me a little bit of extra dopamine than normal. My latest thing that I've just been enjoying and makes me feel quite cozy is a podcast called Cream, which is the podcast from this YouTube channel called Top Dead Center. Something about just listening to that just makes me feel so cozy and warm at the moment. And that's my latest little thing that I've been listening to a lot of. I'm just enjoying the shit out of. Oh, he's from Houston. Fair one. Houston did not have a problem that day. They were on it. We've literally had 4 shots and we've got 3 goals. Like, there's no way we deserve this lead. And I do get the feeling that this probably won't end up with us winning in the end. Zilly is through, and it's a good goal. Top dead centre, yeah. Wait, is that offside? Yes, it is. Okay, we're riding our luck a lot here, much like we have most of the season. I'm feeling some changes might be needed soon just because of the fitness levels. Oh yeah, I love that whole universe, but TDC is probably my favourite. I just love Edwin and Will so damn much. There's something about just listening to those two talk about stuff. I could listen to them talk about anything. Why is he listed there? We're going to go Ori. and his big blind forest. Valverde could do with a little rest, honestly. He is absolutely destroyed here. Yeah, basically anyone that used to work for Car Throttle, pretty much. No, it's just like one guy did a thing that was very silly and like people reacted to that and now everyone's an adult, hopefully, and then they moved on from it, right? There was an All the Gear video last night, actually, where they bought the cheapest bikes on Amazon and they tried to cycle around the Isle of Wight on them. Literally, Matt, yeah. I didn't know it was going to be as good as that. But it's just something about it. I love the Carspiracy stuff they do. Oh, I've just dropped a chapstick. Hulman. Is that Casper Hulman, or am I thinking of someone else? I'm just saying Scandinavian name and going, yes, that sounds about right, Matt. We'll go with Cisse, and then we'll go with Smatesy Boy, because it's that time again. Morton Human, okay. Was there a guy called Casper Human at one point, or is he a manager? I can fix the missing mouse cursor from the game. Yeah, there's a preference setting for it, I think. I can't remember exactly where, but I believe there's something in preferences about it. Oh. Played Benners yet? Yes, No, we haven't. We haven't played Benfica yet, no. We've already played Sporting and Porto, but no Benfica yet. Steinmetz in the CM role. Do you know what? That would actually beef us up a little bit. I think the Benfica one is going to be the one where we come back down to earth, because they are, in this league at least, head and shoulders above the other two. That's a nice pass. Oh, that's a good goal. Which is also offside. Calling them Benners, by the way. It shames me to know that I understood what you said. If they were a Sunday League team, that's what you'd call them. Playing Benners this week. Beng. So Beng... Also, please never feel stupid for asking questions in stream. Unless the question is why you're so handsome, because we all know the reason. Beng was basically me, once again, as usual, mispronouncing a word. I think it was it Effie on the MTK save, a Greek guy we had, scored an absolute banger, and when he smashed it, I just said bang, and I don't know why, and then chat just as naturally ripped the shit out of me for the rest of that stream, and naturally it then turned into a meme, hence why we had bang become a thing. Most things come about because I've mispronounced a word. Chat are pedants like that. Another one of those games where we go 2-0 up, and 3-0 up and then throw it away, but that's okay. We got very lucky there. All the bad luck we've had from the bad XG from all the previous years has just come back to us in one season. Yeah, and it became Beng because I tried to make an emote out of it, and I used an early version of Midjourney, and then it didn't know how to do words very well, so then it became Bung like that. And that's where we find ourselves. I think it still says when you subscribe to become an employee of Beng.com, does it not? I never see that side on my end. We're actually 6 points clear now. What is going on? This was during MTK, I believe. The Beppis story. Yeah, I believe the Beppis thing comes down to this. I think it's something to do with anime. I believe Viceroy was the one that came up with... I say come up with that. I swear it's in here somewhere. It's definitely in here somewhere. I swear there's a setting that lets you, like, not display the mouse cursor or something. It definitely was African Adventure. It was that summer. It was something Vice said, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was. It was the would you like Beppis or Conk? And it was just this all-running joke on that stream that referenced something that I was not familiar with, and that's what it came from. Magnum PI, I mean, I'll take that. I'm more Magnum PIE, Magnum Pi. Benfica dropped points. Well, unironically top of the league. Beppis, I don't know. It was something to do with Beppis or Conk. But yeah, it was definitely African Adventure kind of times. It's an old joke that has just stuck. I just call it Beppis to everybody now, and people still know what I mean, though. Where the stadium was, and there was a shop selling what? Like, you're right, it absolutely was, Icarus. Yes, because we used to look into... When we were doing African Adventure, we would always look into the exact locations of the stadiums and find them on Google Maps. Do you remember? Yes. It was a guy's picture on the stadium profile for a club in Africa, and it was just this guy with loads of, like, these pallets of drink, wasn't it? It was a bit Bames and John just having a strong... Yeah. Top of the league before. We've... no idea. It's yeah. Came from Malta. I'm not sure, actually. With Malta. Yeah, we spent a lot of time just looking on Google Maps during the Africa save, honestly. We had a lot of time on our hands. It was over the summer. Maltese cow, yeah. Although that's not as common as a meme as some of the others. Weirdly, it didn't actually generate as many memes as I would have expected. If anything, I'd say this save has generated more memes than the whole of the Malta one did, and we've only done like 8 seasons of it so far. I think the vibes of this save especially have been absolutely immaculate. Dr. Pepper clones. Ooh. I think I've definitely seen one called Mr. Peppy. Or something like that. Knockoff brands in general are just fun, their existence. Professor Peppy, damn. Bro got his degree. I mean, it's not an advanced degree like the doctor has, of course. Wemp, I think, was MTK as well. It was a Champions League final where I called a player a Wemp. Because I was trying to call them a weapon and a wimp at the same time. Doctor. More memorable, I mean, we had the Josh Allen mode for crying out loud. Sven Smates in this. Because obviously we had like Janosch as well from MTK. We had ED7 when we were at Treaty United. There was just something about the Malta one that things almost felt a little bit too perfect at times. There wasn't enough adversity, I feel like. GP coming. Huggins, he should be starting more games. I'm sorry, Sam. I can't stop calling him that. I'll try the whole... Oh, okay, that's fine then. I'll just keep lowering his squad status through that until he gets pissed off at me, and then we could sell him for like £3 million in January. Because I don't even think he's a really proper backup right now. How are the loanees actually getting on? Anyone smashing it? Oh, really not. Oh, nobody is, really. Any good high potential guys that are doing all right? Caliph. Actually, to be fair, Jamusa Toure is doing good, which is what we want to see. Was it Mr. Pibb or something? It was something like that. I think this save does also have... You fixed it, nice one. Was it in the preferences? This save definitely has the potential for more memes like that because we're shifting clubs a lot more. So we're often... we don't tend to get too settled in the same way you would do in a lot of other saves. That's why I like the Journeyman aspect of this save. And that'll only become, if anything, more after we complete the goal and we move to New Game Plus. Turn off the... Off Wolf from my PC? What's Wolf? Because you don't want those in your PC. That's terrible. They'll get trapped. You can't do that to a poor Wolf. Slog against England. Yeah, I know what you mean. Which is why I think Malta will be more fun. Oh, sorry, Malta. But Poland will be the one because we don't have to change too much. Yeah, it's just gonna be fun. But that's the downside about building a nation saves, that you can get to that sloggy point. Wait, what? UEFA? Why are we in the UEFA Youth League? Hang on. How did we qualify for the UEFA Youth League? Did we win like a national title or something? I thought it was our under-23s that were good, not the under-19s. Let me just check their fixtures or something. We were in the championship group last year, but... which I can't click for some reason. Wow, okay. Did they just get invited in or something? Strange. Jan Sommer. Now, what's Yanny Boy up to? You must have spotted something to be recommending this. Oh, he's managing Heronvane. Coming for you, Jan. I want your job. I know you wear your heart on your sleeve and your shirt. Yeah, so he was basically a player for quite some time. Well, actually, he was out of work for like 4 years before joining Young PSV as their reserves manager. And they must have done well enough. I guess they'd have been in the second tier, right? That he then joined Heronvane. How are they getting on? Wow, okay, they're actually doing quite well. Predicted 13th, and they're currently sitting 7th. Shout out to Almere City as well. Lovely little kidney lilies. Never heard of them. It's definitely Hearts. Don't know what you're talking about. They've got Hearts all over their kit. Crazy. Do you know what? I wouldn't mind a bit of Velociraptor Venlo as well. They'd be kind of fun. I mean, they've got this guy here. Oh, he's a Romanian Englishman from... Oh, he's on loan from West Ham. God damn it, man. Jan might be the kind of guy that we end up competing against for a European title later down the line. Because his attributes are... I say that. His actual coaching attributes are not great. They're spleens. Oh, spleens! Are they really? I thought they were hearts. Spleens, apparently. Step down. Maybe, yeah. Did I say one too many Velociraptors? Shit. I only recognise Velociraptor, Venlo. Hello, Espresso Cat. Which club? Currently we are managing Leixões in the Portuguese, well, now Portuguese top flight. Oh, hello. Steiny's just gone 3 stars, baby. Love to see that. Yeah, never say too many Velociraptors. You might summon something you don't want. Wearing your spleens on your sleeve? Ah, it's fine. We'll get Dr. Pepper involved. He'll be fine. Oh, he's up to 14 marking and 15 position. Jesus, he's going. He is... Steiny is motoring now. I might just leave him on that right now. He's developing like crazy. He's starting to become like... Is he better than Carpio? Yeah. They're pretty close, I gotta say. Fair pluck and pay. Where did they come from? Basically... If I recall correctly, the reason the whole Velociraptor thing came about was because we were doing Jurassic Park or dinosaur puns. And someone said that the V in VV Venlo or whatever stood for Velociraptor, Venlo. Then it became that. Hasn't happened. Fair enough. I'll get him alone. Was that exactly it? Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but it just, yeah, crazy. Benfica. No, it's not actually, unfortunately. We're a Leixões fan. As of now, we're all Team Leixões. As we happen to be 5 points above Benfica. They're our closest rivals, though. Welcome aboard, though. Started Cambridge United save. Even more. My local football league team. You'll love to see it. Up the U's. I mean, they're not having a good season this year. Shouldn't it actually be Velociraptor, Enlo. You got a good point, but I don't think I can bring myself to say Velociraptor 4 times. I have my limits, right? I feel like I'll summon a Diplodocus at that point. What skin? I'm using Saz25, Barry. If you do !skin in chat, you'll get a download link for it. And that folder will always contain the latest version. Although I don't believe there's going to be another version right now because Saz is just going to kill it. Yeah, Aaron is fine because it's short, right? I can roll that off the tongue, but Velociraptors, we're talking too many consonants now, right? I don't like too many consonants on my food. I'm usually fine with like some salt and pepper and maybe a bit of vinegar. A bit of that. Oh, Lekpa. Actually, I'm going to do a little scouting check-in. There you go. It's just above you, Barry, if you see in chat. I don't know if it will let you trigger it again immediately anyway, because there's a slight cooldown on it. This guy's called Knut Erik Nilsbakken. I actually thought his name was Knut then for a second. Christopher Ayer. Yeah, he sounds good. Wait, hang on. Whoa. Tom Eduardo Hole Svenningsson. I wasn't expecting Eduardo to come out in the middle of that one. I love that he's just got Eduardo in the middle of his name. How very strange. Tom Eduardo Hole Svenningsson. With Chasino. Ooh. What's their youth setup like? Is there actually any polls in here? Oh yeah, we got a couple at Krakow. Wait, is there no one good from Lech? That surprises me slightly. A Hole Svenningsson, I know. That takes me back to the B67 days. A lot of these guys are, again, probably for the future. Yeah, we're going to scout all of them. Well, we're going to scout anyone with the 5 stars, basically. Most of them aren't going to be for us yet, but hey. There's just so many of them to go through. We only really have to go after the very best. The scouting kind of becomes a little bit... It's easy to do this type of scouting because there's so many good players, but it almost becomes easier in the future because there's less players you have to deal with, so you have time to look at each one. Svenningsson was the one that I had... I believe what it was Svenningsson was from B67, but I think I got a player called Svenningsson in a different save, maybe? What is their youth recruitment like? Wait, wants to need a move? Well, no, don't sign a contract here then. Yeah. Why wouldn't you play here? Why would playing for a bigger club improve your chances? Like, no, go away. If you want to play for a national team, then we gave you a chance, buddy. You wouldn't have even been in the conversation to play for a national team if you hadn't signed for us in the first place. You'd still be rotting in the Sporting's B team. Ungrateful swine. Is that another international break after that? Christ. Yeah, also, he's top of the league. What kind of big club could he possibly go to? Was it a Stockport? That would explain it. I felt it was definitely a different save. Carpio's getting left out. Who's getting call-ups? Kiembe, understandable. Gay's up for his first call-up. That's kind of cool for him. And then Rui Menge. Wait, he's getting call-ups, but not the other Cabo Verdean guy we got. Surprising. Pinto Wembury has been somewhat of a common theme lately. Wow, Legio have not got players. May have higher. Oh, they absolutely do, probably. But screw them, I say. You know, I'll loan you as well. This is just going to be a few of these guys getting loans in January. I know, why isn't Steiny? To be fair, he probably could. He could go represent Dr. Congo, perhaps. Steiny for Wusang Ji. I don't think I can do that. I am tempted to bring Steiny back in again, because I'm actually starting to think that Steiny might have a higher ceiling than Carpio. And his ratings lately have been okay. I've been impressed with him. I think it was entirely fair. Honestly, I want to make so few changes to this team right now because it's just purring. Except in the cup. Dr. Kong was my favourite ripoff, true. What's the Coca-Cola equivalent? There just isn't one, really, is there? What's that new country what's coming soon? Is it Bougainville? I'm trying to think. That is the new country that's coming out soon, right? What's the release date on that? I know there's rumours of some others in terms of the Sahel region as well, is there not? Bougainville 2027, that's the one. Can't they move the release date up a little bit? That's going to be fun. It's not every day you get a brand new country. We haven't had one since, what, South Sudan? Nara's on the way. Have they? I thought they were already recognised. Or is that just, they aren't recognised yet? We just sort of consider them to be one. Yeah, Bourneville, actually. The Cabro region. A new country. Yeah, it's a part of, isn't it the main island from Papua New Guinea? I forget. But they are officially becoming their own country. Not FIFA member yet. Ah, I see. A Bougainville shirt. Wow, you're getting in there quick. HDMI cable. I don't own that many weird national team shirts. I've got loads of Malta ones, obviously, and I also have the Namibian national team shirt, which is really cool. We've got new countries for GTA 6. There's definitely, wasn't there stuff to do with either going for independence? They should be, Misha, I've got to tell you. Like, we've got our own island here. What more do we need? Except the Gregs. It's the one thing my country is missing. Answering in 2027. Ah, damn it. Don't they know that I want to manage them in FM? By then they'll have brought back national team management, right? Obscure football shirts. Yeah, it's a problem. Like, this is why I tend not to go on classic football shirts that often, because I know that I'll end up buying something. Well, Matt makes a funny joke. Mate, we'll get a GTA 8 before I make a funny joke. Go Freetown Cristiano. Oh, no, not sure about that one, Chief. I like it just how it is. Even if we do get those nasty foreigners coming up from Cambridge. Let's see. I guess it's Mustafa time. No, we didn't get a chance to, really. It wasn't really on my schedule anyway, but like we didn't. The problem with those day trips is that you do have to really try and cram as much in as possible, and you have to sort of prioritize. Like we saw the mermaid statue. It's a lot smaller than I was anticipating it was going to be. Had some lovely churros. Foreigner myself. Oh, massive foreigner me. All I want to know is what love is, and no one will fucking tell me. Actually, I'm not going to make any more subs just yet. No point, is there? Whoa, no. Sick. Guernsey, Isle of Man, and Isle of Wight. Because they don't have national teams. It was... Holy shit, what an experience. Oh, mate. So occasionally, on Sundays so far anyway, there's a lady called Mimi's Churros, and all she sells is churros, but she makes them like fresh right in front of you, and they are fire. Pog and I went down into town the other Sunday and got some pizza from Gino's, got some coffee from Silver Oak, and got some churros from Mimi's. It was fucking amazing. Just, even without the dip, just with the cinnamon sugar on them, they are fire. Yes, she does have chocolate sauce. You can get them with or without. And they're so good. They're perfectly cooked, where they've got that little crispiness on the outside, but the little chewiness that you like from the idle. The idle for the middle. Fire. But she's not there that often. And obviously there's the place that does the roast dinner in a wrap. They wrap it in a giant pudding. Oh, that's unfortunate. They'll do your roast dinner, but they wrap it in a giant Yorkshire pudding. Pog is absolutely obsessed with it. Match engine mods. I haven't used any of them. I don't really intend to, but I think it's kind of cool that they're doing that. I like that they've unlocked that extra thing. I feel like it's perhaps going to be one of those things where we're not seeing the full potential of it yet, but someone's going to do something ridiculously cool with it. Sort of thing that Hadrian would do, honestly. And that's when it'll take it up a notch. And maybe then I'll get a little bit more interested in it, perhaps. I'm going to swap these two over and put Carpio in this other role. We kind of need a bit of Svenny boy. if in case of emergency, break glass for Sven, really. Like, these guys were in the relegation playoff last year. What are they doing?
Cooper, do not hate
Oh, but very good, yeah. They also do, like, loaded roasties. So what you do is, you basically get the roast potatoes like you're having a roast dinner. Yes, come on. And then they'll just layer some, like, chicken and stuff on top of it. And I really want to have that, frankly. Javuz Turgle, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you have fun. If you are new to today's stream, or all streams in general, well, that'd be a bit weird actually, but my streams, I suppose, and if you've enjoyed, drop a follow. I really would appreciate that. I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Did Sven just get the assist for that? Oh no. I forget, sometimes he takes free kicks for us. We've won 10 of our 12 league games currently, if things stand. Favourite side? Probably Pigs in Blankets. I do remember occasionally pass, bro. Every now and then a little professionalism slips through my veneer of okayishness. I guess I'll see the one for the last few minutes just because DR, yeah, he's looking a bit destroyed there. But yeah, people fear his presence. Finishing the season today. No, Pog, I want to go to. Actually, we've got to do a run first. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of Pigs in Blankets. We scored weird one shot on target and it's gone in. This is like watching our opponents play. Isn't it just, Barry? It's so goddamn good. This team just has aura. The whole thing. Finishing the save to be fair, we carry on like this and we're finishing it next season. Actually, that wouldn't be possible. Oh no, actually we would because we'd win the league, wouldn't we? Mental. Hearts of Oak. Ooh, I like me some Hearts of Oak. It can't be as bad as that Yeti shirt we were sent the other day. Oh, that is... Oh, $12.99 though. Unfortunately, neither of those sizes will fit me. The standings that really matter. The league curm rate, obviously. No other standings matter. They only care about points. Run them up, fill them in. That's what we do. And we're continuing to do it. Like, Sporting really are shitting the bed this season as well. That's what actually worries me. My concern is we'll drop off a little bit, come fifth, and a Sporting will win the cup. We are still, incredibly, Chris, unbeaten in the league. Better than any Fulham shirt. Fulham, I resent that, and I just think that's patently untrue. Fulham have some really good shirts. Basically. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Fulham fan. We've had some cracking shirts. The black and white striped Milan-inspired, like, LG one we've had. Our current away kit as well. The Pizza Hut ones. Yeah, white and black are our colours. Like... Sorry, we play in white and black. Those are our team's colours.
Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Yeah. You can do a lot with those colours, particularly in the away shirts as well. One in the bin. How dare you? No cool designs. Entirely subjective. I disagree. Like I said, I think the LG one back in the day with the Nike kit was good. The AEW one was fire. I just wish that was available more. You just can't get it. I think the Pizza Hut one is an absolute classic for a start. Particularly, I just like the collar on it too. Yeah, I think they tend to be... Yeah, we don't tend to go... Actually, we did have the Barbie pink away kit too. Red and white stripes. Yeah, so that's not likely to happen though, is it? Pizza Hut one is incredible, yeah. Relegation! We don't speak of that here, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. FX Pro. I didn't like those ones because those were Kappa ones. I didn't like the skin-tight nature of them. It's like, you know, remember when Arsenal had those really skin-tight Puma shirts? Those look really weird. I saw an old clip the other day of Santi Cazorla wearing it, and I just thought, oh dear. You get more of an opportunity to do stuff with your away kit. Obviously, like we had the Barbie ones, which were fun. Obviously, that was a third choice kit. We also had that absolute, like, diarrhea green one year, which was shocking. Yeah, I think if you're going to go pink, you got to go proper pink. None of this salmon nonsense. You got to go fully it. The Cameroonian one. Oh. Yeah, and wasn't the one that was like where the shorts were part of it? It was like a one-piece, almost like a swimming costume, but as a football kit. I actually think Fulham's home kit right now, if we didn't have a betting sponsor on it, like, honestly, our home kit right now is great. If it had the AEW sponsorship like the women's team does, that's way better. I wish I could get hold of one of those, but they simply don't sell them. Which is a massive misstep for me. But I suppose the reason I think the reason they don't sell them, honestly, is because they know that the fan base would buy those instead of the ones with the betting sponsor on it. We 100% would. If they sold the AEW ones, every Fulham fan would buy those instead. Because they just look so much nicer. They're so much cleaner. And it's not a betting company. But really, they should be selling them. Because it's like, you should be able to buy the women's team kit as well. It's like you can buy the kids ones. And they've got Royal Caribbean sponsorship as well. But again, the sizes don't go back up. Should be banned. end of the day, if they didn't have betting sponsorships, they'd have crypto sponsorships. They're going to go where the money is, right? But I do prefer the ones that are just like... I love Brighton's sponsorship setup, for example, right? There's just something classy about the American Express, the way that they integrate the sponsorship into the shirts. It always looks so nice. Adrian, not this one as well. Black and red. Yeah, but they play in red and white more. I mean, I guess they got the black shorts, right? Yellow LG. The yellow one was... that was the same kind of time, wasn't it? Yeah. Really good shirt too. Yeah, Liverpool with Carlsberg was fun too, yeah. I've always preferred Adidas kits, so I'm really glad that Fulham are back to having Adidas ones. Because we've had some really weird kits. I mean, the Nike one's okay as well. I have a Dempsey shirt from the Nike years. But, RB Knox, thank you for the follow. Let's try that. Ah, good lad. Let's have a look at some of these. I don't hate it because it's Brentford. I just don't think it's a particularly fun shirt. I just don't like the colour. We had one like this too that I almost also hated. The retroness of that, the fact that it's an Admiral shirt just immediately stands it in good stead for me. I think a sponsor can make or break a shirt a lot of the time. Like, you'll see a really classy shirt and it'll have some Asian market facing betting company with a horrendous logo on the front, and it totally ruins the design because it'll have like more than one colour that don't match the rest of the shirt. And it's like, God, so close to absolute fire there. It's like, what was the last? I'm trying to think of the last time that Fulham weren't sponsored by a betting company on their main shirt. Because we had like Grosvenor before this one, I believe. And next, does it really? That's kind of cool. Yeah, it's very maritime. Visit Florida. I think Visit Florida. Oh, you're right, it might be. Which I assume is part of the reason for that is because of obviously the Carns. Have we got... Oh, we've got 11 days till that game. Have I got a nice little chance for a friendly in there? No doubt. We'll play against CD Portugal. They've only got centre-backs at that club. I do like football shirts. I thankfully don't get to buy them very often because I think that would be a limited amount of room for them. I already have an entire drawer full of the damn things, which you'll see loads of in the summer. I would still like to get a couple more of this year's Cambridge United ones because they are so good. I like every single shirt Cambridge have released this year. Iconic Scunny one. Oh, Jesus. I remember this exact like era of football where almost every team had a shirt that had some... I love the Pleasure Island sponsorship. That's fire. Oh, the 90s was an absolute plethora of bus seatery. A cornucopia of bus seatery, it were. Good times, though. DVD Portugal. Oh, you want to be careful. I'm more of a fan of Blu-ray Galicia. Big team. Oh, Lingard's just been sacked. Yeah, they kind of all look a bit like goalkeeping shirts, don't they? Turn to Donkeys and Pinocchio. I worry that you may be confusing your literature, perhaps. Isn't Pleasure Island... Oh, no, I'm thinking of... Isn't that Robin... Not Robin Hood. Captain Hook? No. Peter Pan. Is that what I'm thinking of? I'm getting my own... I'm confusing my own folklore here. The Wetherspoons carpet inspo. Oh, they've got to get that shirt. Yeah, football shirts are getting extremely expensive as well. Like, I love a lot of the MLS kits. They have some really nice shirt designs. Not the over-the-top ones, just really classy. Like, I really like Charlotte one. Charlotte FC's one. Yeah, I mean, it's like when... Was it Celtic that had a Magnus sponsor? Oh, here we go. Literally first job offer. Just as I was saying that. I mean, we're not taking Portimonense on. That would be an absolute disaster for us. They're in the relegation zone. We're top of the... Why on earth would we move that job? Turning into donkeys. Ah, but it wasn't Pleasure Island, though, was it? Pleasure Island, I swear that was to do with Captain Hook and, like, Peter Pan, no? Renato Sanchez, oh, that's true. In that case, let me call them back up again. I've got to get in there. A bit of Romania in there as well. A bit of CD Portugal. He's waiting. I mean, let's be honest. Is he waiting? He's probably still passing the ball to the advertising hoardings. Maybe to make sure our kit's nice and recognisable. Perhaps a bus seat, for example. Yeah, as for next Tuesday's stream, I'm still not entirely sure whether there will be one or not. It will depend entirely on how my dad's operation goes on Monday. Because I'm going to be staying overnight there Monday at my parents' house. And then I hopefully be able to get back here on Tuesday morning, perhaps. But it will just depend entirely on the situation with my dad's surgery, obviously. So just bear that in mind. Sunday will be here, but it's Monday. Treasure Island. Maybe it was Treasure Island, not Pleasure Island. That's where I was confused. It was the rhymes. What did it? It's a challenge. I actually have a save file where Hibs have become incredibly dominant for some reason. Any trophies or badges? We've got 2 badges now. Technically, if you count the Portuguese second tier as a trophy, then we've got that as well. Yes. Wasn't it because their kit was just, well, absolute trash? Neverland, you're probably right as well. That wasn't even... Treasure Island's an entirely different thing, wasn't it? Sundat normal, as far as I can tell, yeah. It's choose that might be affected by it, depending on, as I say, how my dad's surgery goes. Porn ripoff? Probably. Bit like Flesh Gordon. Like, if things go to plan, I should be able to get back here on Tuesday morning, potentially, but there's a chance that I might not be able to, because of, you know, you just never know how these things go. It's serious, so we'll just have to see. He'll be in hospital overnight on Monday anyway. Just for, like, even if things go completely fine, just for observation, right? Meanwhile, a mysterious coach from Honest John to find disobedient naughty... Sorry? Is this... I think you're reading the wrong magazine, sir. Way more important things. I know, but I don't like missing streams because you know, it's important to me. I have fun doing it, and obviously it's my job, you know? I don't like to do that if I can avoid it. But like I said, we'll just have to see how it goes. Hopefully things are absolutely fine, right? But you just never tell with these things when it involves the brain. I have enough time trying to get my brain to work properly as it is, and it's supposedly totally fine. Pinocchio Wiki is a magazine. God, it just sounds so dirty when you say it like that, Asher. Pedro's back doing bits. Luckily that's a small injury. Oh, really, face kicker? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, my plan is on Monday, I'm going to nip over in the morning while Pog's at work, and my sister will be at the hospital with my mum, but I'm going to grab some stuff, and I'm going to use my parents' kitchen to do some baking. Because my dad really likes the blondies that I make. And I haven't done any baking in a few months, so I've decided that I'm going to go get some stuff for him. Not for him, but for us. And bake up some blondies while he's having a hospital. And it'll take my mind off it that day as well. And then, yeah, do a bit of cooking. And I say do a bit of baking. And also, plus if I'm back around that kind of way, it means I can order Dutty. Never a bad thing. Need a bit of that in my life. Not performing the surgery. I don't think you understand, Misha. Just because I'm not performing the surgery doesn't mean that I'm not worried about my dad's surgery and I need to be around. Like, I don't think that's quite how that works. Jesus Christ. Oh, then I'm fine then. What are you complaining about? Just do your job, man. No, I'm joking. But again, it's hard to read tone through text, isn't it? I kind of appreciate that. Fair enough. Oh, mate. Then again, maybe a little spell on the sidelines would... haven't done my neurology homework. Ah, you see, I've been scramming up, friend. I can tell you all parts of the brain. Got the big bit? The bigula? I agree, Misha. That's tended to be how I handle times of stress. Unfortunately, it does kind of become a problem sometimes when there's a very serious topic that needs to be talked about. I'm simply unable to be serious about it. Yeah. I'm not doing rocket surgery, jeez. Yeah, I mean, now that Tommel's gone, Smets is... I reckon it's Smates in the conservatory with the crowbar. Spent 15 minutes. Yeah, exactly. He was in the movie blues, yeah. Brain salad surgery. Again, he wasn't in the Moody Blues. I cannot stress this enough. He was simply in the prequel to the Moody Blues. It's still cool, don't get me wrong. It's not quite as cool as it could have been. He was like 17 at the time as well. I'll deliver this, baby. Rolls sleeves up. Oh, Kiambe's got a goal. Nice. Okay, apparently something's going on there with Mets. The question is, chat, is Jesse Lingard going to get another job? The meh purples, damn right. The slightly, yeah, they sort of somewhat perturbed hues. The drummer for U2. Nah, not quite. What is the drummer from U2? What is? Who is? No, what, you know what is? I don't know if Lucas is going to be good enough for next club. Oh, Javon's gone. Oh, Javon. Sad times. Every last horse. No, you do it. You beat that dead horse. Doctor, I'm not a doctor. Ben's the only one qualified for this type of behaviour. J-Leagues has been sacked, yes. The Prudy Blues? Oh yeah, the Drax were definitely going to get rid of him. They were in massive shithole. Shithole? That's just Cardiff. That's not what I meant. I meant they are in trouble. They haven't won a game this season, I don't think. Ben just walks out in scrubs. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Although, weirdly comforting. I don't know if Jesse'd be up for that. Wait. Oh, Negrao. I guess if HJK want him, then they can have him. Sad times. Is the airport in Amsterdam? It's like they say, chat. Pain is just bread in French, right? Jesse... No, I'll just do Lingard. It's probably easier, isn't it? Yeah, he's back to being an assistant manager again. Do you reckon I could actually employ him if he wants to be an assistant manager? Oh, come on, Jesse. You've come from Woking. And you're turning me down. Ben or Kev walk out in scrubs. I don't trust either of them, frankly. I feel like they'd have way too much fun in the middle of it all. Can I choose me doing it instead, where I scrub up myself? Because I don't trust either of them. Not in that scenario, no. No. Now that I've thought about it, I don't even like the fact that I've had to think about it. Have you choose one? Maybe Ben? By a hair? Kev could delegate it. Yeah, he'd just, like... He'd whack in, like, whatever the meta is for surgeons, and they have got big, meaty men to help with the operation, I guess. So, yeah, we'll be back on Sunday anyway, before now, so there's no issues with that. So, let me just refresh. Why does this page never work properly? God damn it, bro. There we go. So, who am I going to raid? Do you know what? I'm going to raid Jack. We're going to work that space. All sorts of space. Get you on a grape? What, you... Make a good doctor? Maybe. He'd have the soothing tones, I feel like, right? So, yeah, back on Sunday, we're going to continue smashing this league because it's just apparently what we're doing now. The vibes today have been immaculate, in spite... Not even in spite. Like, just with us casually being goated in the background. But yeah, so I'll be back before my dad has his surgery or anything. That'll be... He's already done all the peer-up stuff, so he should be good to go. But yeah, we'll be back on Sunday for a lovely bit of a... Plus, we get to talk about the Chinese Grand Prix on Sunday, which I may have actually watched. So yeah, thank you for your time today, friends. I hope you've had a good time. I have had a bloody lovely time. I am going to sit down, though, because I have been on my feet for the last 4 hours. Have managed to do 1,500 steps around the stream today, though, so that's kind of good. Going to go for a run, go to Tesco's, have a lovely old evening. Yeah, so enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you lovely folks very soon. Hold your gun, capybara.